All right, somebody hit go live on YouTube. And it says we are live. So good morning, everybody. Good morning to my awesome friends who have joined on Zoom, Stephen and Ingrid and Russ, introduced in the order in which they joined. No particular favoritism there. Maybe a little bit for Stephen, but
shoot, I'm disappointed.
Happy Sunday. I hope everybody out in YouTube land is doing very well this weekend. Happy to see you all. Hi, Pat and Jackie and Shelly and Heidi. Welcome, welcome. As folks are joining, hi, Tammy. We're going to introduce our Zoom guests, and then I'm gonna drone on a little bit about things that are coming up in the month for September, and then the rest of September, and then I'm gonna get working on the legit kits things. That's the focus, that's the goal. That's why I really appreciate everybody being here to help me stay focused. Hi, Nellie. Did I say that already? And hi, Donna. Also fun to see retreat friends joining. Good morning, everybody. All right. So we're going to start things off with Stephen, and then we'll talk to Ingrid and then Russ, if that works for you guys.
Okay, I'm just going to switch my camera over so I'm looking straight on. There we go. Hello, everybody. So Shannon wanted me to say what I'm working on and what's coming up in my world on the Idiot Quilter and whatnot. So what I'm working on is I'm playing around with this design that I have. It's a machine embroidery thing. These are mug rugs, but they come in about 3 different sizes. So this little one, a big one, and a bigger one is what I'm working on right now. But I'm thinking about making these for some. Every year at Christmas, I give the ladies in my local quilt store a little something. And I'm thinking that I will give them maybe one of these, but in the back, it's got like an envelope fold backing to it. So I could stick, maybe a pen, a pad of paper, a seam ripper, like one of my gnome seam rippers, and maybe some other little goodies in there for them. I'm thinking, I don't know for sure yet. What's going on? Well, got a lot of stuff to show on the Idiot Quilter on Tuesday because I did some fabric purchases and some different things. Like, yeah, some of it was planned, some of it wasn't. I bought a new toy. I bought a stand. I'm going to talk about it today on the live, but I bought a stand that I can hang my quilts from when I take pictures of them, because I take them and everybody knows when they see them, my quilts are all laid out on the floor kind of thing. And it's not the best way to take pictures. So I took a chance and ordered this stand from Amazon, and I have it set up today. It's not the best thing in the world. It's a little flimsy, but for the price, I expected that. But it's supposed to be doing the job right now. So we'll see how that works out. And let's see, today on the live, we're going to talk about whatever comes up with everybody else. So I hope everybody is joining us as ideas. We have some things that we're going to talk about. The continuing saga of our new replacement window, which is not new and has not been replaced.
Oh, still.
Oh, yeah. It's quite an interesting tale. We went to a Pride event in a town a little bit north of us. We were there for 5 minutes. We'll talk all about that too. And we got other things too. So yeah, lots of things going on. And advance notice. There's a rumor out there that I was doing a live sew thing today. I think they got mixed up with Shannon's. But just so people will know in advance, I'll be announcing that probably we'll be doing a pop-up sew day on September the 9th. So in a couple of weeks' time. Maybe. So yeah, lots of things coming up on my channel. So yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks for letting me plug.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing. I'm so thankful for you to be here and absolutely happy to promote you just like you promoted me and Russ. So always appreciative.
Well, I love to promote the people I like. The people I don't like, I don't promote.
They can get crap.
Right.
Okay, Ingrid.
I'm Ingrid. Today I will be working on the Legit Kit Block of the Month Vortex. I'm a little bit behind on my months. So today I will be working on month 1 because the only one that I have completed so far is month 2. Not sure why I started with month 2, but I did.
Hey, you jumped in where you could. That's all that matters.
Yeah. So we'll get caught up with that.
Very cool. I'm gonna look for your input. I'm gonna talk a little bit about our weekend in Pittsburgh. So I'll be looking for you to give some insight to when we get to that point.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
I'm Russ with Quilt Links World. I am going to be working more with the Lilacia Love quilt kit. I've got weeks 1 and 2 fully complete. Week 3 is about halfway complete. So I'm hoping to get week 3 done and maybe week 4 done because that didn't seem like it was that difficult. I will have an exciting announcement when I can get my podcast out related to this really awesome template that I recently purchased with relation to where is the cover of the pattern? The multiverse pattern.
Yes.
So I have some exciting news with that. And I've also done a sample block and it is a lot simpler than I thought it would be. So stay tuned for that when I can get that recorded and put out.
It's a nice sample block. It worked out really well.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Walmart 3-yard bolts. I had purchased a handful of them a couple of years ago. They were on clearance for $4 for a 3-yard bolt. They're hideous fabrics, but
yeah.
you know, $1.33 a yard is great to do sample blocks with. And when I started to unroll it, what they did was they folded it in half end to end first, then selvage to selvage, and then they rolled it on the block on the bolt, so the fold was on the outside. So you had to completely unroll the bolt in order to get anything useful.
Oh my word.
So
Well,
yeah, that was an adventure as I was trying to get that all put together Thursday night. But the sample block came together very easily. So I'm a little bit excited with that.
awesome. Oh, I can't wait to watch that get built. That's going to be fun to follow that journey.
Yes.
Well, thank you too for being here. Really appreciate it. And now we're going to go to Donna. Hey.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am again working on a weather vane quilt block. I am in the middle of cleaning and rearranging my sewing room. It's going to be probably about a year process. But this I just finished.
Oh,
It's going to be going to Stephanie.
That's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
So pretty.
These are my colors. I love jewel tone. So that'll be going to Stephanie. I hopefully will give it to her in Wallingport.
Nice.
So that's it. And of course, I look like I was run over with a truck. I have my kids are coming home from Ireland and I'm tracking them. So I've been up for half the night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, nerve-wracking. Well,
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the weather vane.
Well, I have a couple, I think it's 26 blocks that I have completed. And you know, when you start to rearrange and clean, it's like, well, that's where it was. And where is it now?
Where did I put it to be safe?
Yeah. So it's here somewhere. but I'm not anywhere near done. I think it's 36 blocks I want to make. So I have a lot to do yet. So
How big are the blocks?
12 and
unfinished?
a half.
Oh, that's a big blanket.
Yeah.
Big quilt. I didn't mean blanket.
I like them to hang the drop so I can get under the bed to find stuff, and I don't have to use a dust ruffle because dust ruffles and me just don't get along.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're
So
welcome.
happy to have you here again today. All right, I'm gonna see. Let's see who has joined. Hi, Ron. Good morning, and Priscilla, and Jan. Awesome. Oh, they're saying very pretty, Donna.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, Pat. Oh, yeah. If that's a part of the process is having them the legit kits. Pat was asking about how does legit kits know that I'm meeting the criteria. That they when you like signed up, I gave anybody signing up, gave them their Instagram, well, any of the socials that they're on, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all that kind of stuff, so that they can follow and be a part of what you've been up to as you're meeting the criteria that they've set. And you had to lay out what your goals are to be met by September 30th is the end. You've got to be done and ready to go. So you set yourself a timeline, and then you have to meet that to show, that you can be organized enough to meet the goals that you've set. And then, yeah. So as I'm finishing things, of course, I'm tagging them so that they see that it's done. Because there's plenty of people, I'm sure, that they're following to make sure. And I want to make sure that they see that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So I tag them also to be doubly sure. Good morning, Christy and Linda, Beverly and Mary and Charlotte. Good morning, everybody. So I am going to do a little bit of the housekeeping stuff, talk about what I'll be doing today and what the month of September is going to look like, since we're wrapping up August this week. And then there's going to be a fun part because this weekend Ingrid and I got to do some fun things. Hey, Lori, Charlotte Sews, good morning. But upcoming for September, the Tuesday, September 2nd, which is not this Tuesday, right? Because this Tuesday is the 30th. Then following Tuesday, there we go. Had to get the calendar right in my head.
That's not September 2nd.
Oh wait, no, it's the 5th, September 5th. Yeah, September 2nd is Saturday. That is the carnival. Clue 2 for carnival. Probably. I need to make sure. Stephanie is in Washington, so I need to make sure. So I kind of had that off to the side of, we might do that if I was able to hear back from her before we went live, but no. So that's why I had September 2nd in my head. But Tuesday, the 5th is 2 color quilt challenge, where we get to pick the two next blocks, and then we get to do the parade of all of your blocks. So we have gotten quite a few. So thank you to those that have already sent yours in. If you're still working on month 4, you've got time. We got a couple of weeks before you need to have those in time to be in the PowerPoint presentation. But we'll be picking, I cannot believe we're already in month 5. It's a 6-month challenge of picking the blocks, and we are so close to being done. So I am legitimately more excited to see how everybody else chooses to lay out their blocks than I am about my own. I cannot wait to see what everybody does, how they choose to set it up, and if they're going to do sashing and cornerstones, what their board, are they going to do borders? Are they not going to do? I'm so excited to see how that's all going to be. But that isn't until, that's month 7 is the final reveal. So that is in November. But the 5th we'll pick the next 2 blocks, And then I've, like we've done for the previous months, any blocks that didn't win get put back into the rotation to see if they'll get drawn for this upcoming month. So we might see some returning runners up. I don't think we have too many still original ones that we haven't seen yet. So we'll see what month 5 looks like for us. I do. So to run back a little bit, on September 3rd, what would normally be a Sunday brunch alive from 11 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern for me is not going to be alive. I will release a video, probably either demonstration on matchstick quilting or specifically on cutting fabric for your legit kit pieces, the different units. But I'm going to be having family day because I have I have really been very focused on all of this legit kit stuff. And I miss my, who will forever be babies. I miss my kiddos and I want to spend some time with those crazy heads and focus on some family time. So I'm going to take that Sunday off and spend that with the family. But the next most I cannot wait exciting thing in the middle of September is Donna and Ingrid and Patrice and Marianne. And I'm not sure if Nellie's going to be back, but we're heading back to Walnutport, Pennsylvania for the Nut House for a Together We Sew with Stephanie Stitches retreat. And I'm super excited about that. It's just such a good time. If you haven't watched Russ and Steven and I, along with Stephanie, because it was on Stephanie's channel, so it makes sense that she'd be there. Stephanie, Philippa, and Bev C did a panel discussion all about retreats. And I will, if I didn't already link it into this description, I'll add it. Such a great conversation. I don't know about everybody else, but I had such a good time. It was a lot of fun. The information that was shared was so much fun. Oh, there's Stephanie. Good morning. Oh, hey, Patty C. Sorry, didn't see you there. Oh, Stephanie, I hope you're having so much fun right now at the retreat out in Washington, in Camano, which I still think is far more fun to say Commando, but I'll say it correctly. Camano Island. I hope you all are having a blast. Yeah, if you have the opportunity, as soon as you hear that there might be an opening for a retreat with Stephanie, I would highly recommend jumping on that. But any opportunity that you can get, whether it's virtual or in person, the retreat things they're just a lot of fun, and I think you learn a lot, and you get to spend time with like-minded people. Because I don't know about everybody else, but before I met Ingrid, I didn't really know anybody in the area that was doing the same thing I was doing. And the kids in the house are definitely done with listening to me talk about quilting. So to meet other people in retreats and have people who know what your obsession is and understand that fabric acquisition is a completely different hobby than quilting itself. And yes, you may have Tula on your shelf, but that's not the Tula you're going to use, because that's the pretty one that you're going to always display and love and touch. If you need to use it, you'll buy more. People don't understand that. But the retreaters will totally get it. Oh my gosh, yeah. So that I cannot wait for that. And then the end of September, the third Tuesday of September, we'll actually, after the voting is complete, we'll actually get together to sew the 2-color quilt challenge. And that pretty much wraps up all the doings in September. October is a whole nother story that I'm excited to get into, but obviously it's long enough away that we can wait to do that. Everyone's saying hi to Stephanie. Woo! Man, I've said it before, if I could win the lottery, I would end up going to every retreat and hanging out with Stephanie and all of Stephanie's friends and fans. So they're all having a good time. Did want to talk about, and Ingrid, I'll have you add your impressions and all that kind of stuff. This past weekend, well, really, Friday and Saturday, it wasn't a full weekend. Ingrid and I went up to Pittsburgh, and we went to the Pittsburgh Creative Arts Festival. So I will say, with full disclosure, I did not read the fine print. I assumed, because there were quilt classes, there was different kinds of classes for quilting. Surprisingly, I know you all are going to be shocked by this, I took a legit kit class. Ingrid and I both took a legit kit class. Not at all surprising, but I did get to fangirl and meet Jamie, who is Cranky Kangaroo, who is the instructor and ambassador for legit kits. Almost every single legit kit top that you'll see at their appearances at shows and things like that, she's done them. She's created those. She's pieced it, she's quilted it, and she's sent it back to them. So she's a busy lady when it comes to all of the legit kits. So it was very cool to be able to meet her, and we took that class together. And I thought it was really good, like, especially with wanting to be an instructor myself. I was eavesdropping like a lunatic, listening to everything that she was saying to everyone to make sure I was getting all the good tips. Ingrid, what did you think?
Yeah, well, from somebody having done paper piecing quite a bit, it was still great to hear somebody else's perspective on how to do things. Her step-by-step instructions, teaching people that were in the class that knew nothing about foundation paper piecing. So, I am of the mind where I think that you can pick up something new and apply it to the way that you do things. I'm always learning new things, and if there's, something that I can pick up from somebody that can make my work more efficient or cleaner or whatever, then I'm happy to hear things like that. But it was a great class, and the other people that were in the class were so fun.
Yeah.
And it was I was fangirling to meeting Jamie, so that was cool. I was a little on the quieter side because I didn't want to be a big dorko, but
so the kind of disappointing thing about the Friday is we thought, again, this is not reading the fine print. This is not on them. This is on me. I'm an adult. I should have investigated further and not made such sweeping assumptions. But class ended at 5, but then so did the vendor floor, ended at 5. So we got there Friday right in time to check into the hotel, go get we got a sandwich and a drink, and then we went into the classroom, and that was it. We never got to see the vendor floor. We didn't get to see anything. Like, it was from the class, and then they were like, yeah, and so sorry to tell you, the vendor, and everybody was a little bit miffed about that, even ones that knew that was the case. They're like, I don't understand why they do that, because you go from class to nothing. and you're just stuck in Doubletree in Pittsburgh. It was like nowhere to spend the money that you wanted to spend on all the fun things. But
we made up for that on Saturday.
Yeah, we did make up for that on Saturday. Also, part of the not reading the fine print, I had really thought that it would be not that the vendors didn't have samples of what they'd made and all that kind of stuff, but I was really looking forward to kind of like a small show, maybe like a teaser kind of taste of what QuiltCon drinking from the fire hose is going to be like in February. I was hoping that this would be, like a nice intro to what a quilt show can be. But there was actually no show of any quilts or any it was knitting and crocheting and tatting, all, you know, all the kinds of things. So there was nothing like that. Again, that's on me, not on them. I just made sweeping assumptions of what we were going to get when we got there. But the vendor floor was very fun. I love puffins so very much. And there was
Are
a
you
shop.
gonna show your acquisition?
I'm gonna show my puffins. I'm so this stuff makes me so excited. Oh yeah.
I
I'll
have
show
to tell you,
puffins.
so just to add, I thought that since Jamie was teaching a legit kit class, and this was me also not reading the fine print stuff, I really thought that legit kits was going to be one of the vendors there.
Yeah.
And I was a little disappointed to hear that they weren't going to
Yeah.
be. Because I was totally ready to buy a bunch of their kits.
Yeah, we kind of goofed, I guess.
It's all right. We'll know for next year.
Yeah. Yeah. But the first shop that I really paid any attention to was a shop that gave me all of my puffin dreams. Literally. The women that worked there were so, like, they thought I was a crazy lunatic, but we're very excited because
Oh my gosh, they were so happy.
little
Not even just that you spent a ton of money, but they were thrilled that you just had so much excitement.
I was like a kid in a candy store. I was like, oh, there's another thing with a puffin on it. Well, go ahead and add that to my list. Like, just add it to the growing pile of puffin. Look, they're in sweaters. They make me so happy. Oh, it cracks me up. Their little feet and dopey little faces. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. So yeah, I pretty much just got everything and anything that I could find that had the puffins on it. The only thing I didn't get, though, because being the owner of cats, I didn't get the puzzle because that would have just gone all over the place.
Yeah.
And then
hard to do puzzles with cats.
yeah. Then we also that room that was kind of it. I think that was the only place that I got in that room. There are 2 rooms of vendors. And then we entered the next room and I got to fangirl like a crazy lunatic because we walk in and right to the left, I was like, oh my God, I think that's Creating with Claudia. Like, I think that. So she's a YouTuber and on Instagram. If you've never seen her before, I suggest you go check her out. Her name's Claudia, obviously, with Creating with Claudia. And when I recognized her, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Someone I know. And I did the entirely dork thing and said, are you the Claudia? And her husband was sitting right next to her and she goes, see, people know me. So it was a lot of fun to be able to meet her. I got a couple of her patterns. She was training up her husband to run the booth while she was teaching classes. These are the 2 Lynx and City Lights were the 2 patterns I picked up. She was training her husband to run the booth while she was teaching classes. So Ingrid and I, you know, just to help him train, felt like we needed to buy some things. So got a couple of patterns, got a couple of stickers to be a part of all of that and got pictures. I got a picture taken with her and actually saw this morning that she on her Instagram also posted and said that she got to meet me. So that was all in addition to fangirling. That was just like mind blowing. So exciting. You need to be a big old dork. Oh yeah, Stephanie was excited. I got to meet Claudia too. She is a sweetheart. She is so unassuming. Like, oh gosh, like yeah. I was very excited to get to do that.
If we go next year, I want to sign up for one of her classes.
Yeah, now that we know like what to look for, I think it'll be so much fun. And then Ingrid and I both stopped at a booth called Willow Weavers. Excuse me, sorry about that. And she, hey Lauren, would you mind getting me a drink? Please and thank you. I can feel the eye roll from here asking to get a drink. But the owner of Willow Weavers, she gets all of her fabrics from France and was explaining to us the process that European makers have to go through in order to sell their fabrics. And not that I understood what it meant, but it was apparently important. And so I was like, yay, good stuff. But I got these 2 fat quarter bundles, which I just think are so pretty. And the fabric is so soft. It is whatever process it goes through, it's soft. And I was excited to be able to come back and tell Nadine that I got some French fabrics. So, yep, got those. And then my awesome, I'm so excited about this. I completely like geeked out. I was just so thrilled to have been able to find this woman. She goes to thrift stores and she rescues quilts and gives them new life into things like this awesome bag. So this apple core bag, which I had looked at a couple times, walked away from a couple times, and just kept coming back to it. So I went back and I got this, but it's like the hand stitching that you can see, and there's some patching that's gone on, but there's still, like, you can see the life. I don't know if you can see that, but you know, there's life lived in this quilt, and there's like little holes. She tries not to mess too much with the reality of what the quilt is when she's building it, because she is interested in you know, keeping it as true to what it was before. I just love it. And I there's been some conversations about people going and doing that stuff, and I have my own opinion, and don't harsh my mellow. I'm so excited about this bag. So I'm finding very much joy that I get to add to the life story of this bag that was made however many years ago. And now I get to carry it and honor it and continue it on. So I am very excited about this. I was geeking out about this bag as much as I was about meeting Claudia. I was
And
very
then
excited.
on that bag, isn't there like where they patched one
Yeah,
of the
there-
apple
I don't know
cores?
if you can see where there was an original fabric underneath, and then they put some fabric on top of that to fill in. It's just got so much personality. I don't know. I love it so much. And it's huge, and it's going to be definitely a retreat bag to come with me.
Did you get her business card?
I did.
What was her name?
Let me pull that back out.
She had some really fun stuff. She had a double wedding ring that Shannon was really wanting, but it was a small bag, not a big bag like that.
Oh, Mabel makers always bring extra love. So that's her. Sorry if it's got some glare on
good.
there, but she did quilt coats. She gave you cleaning instructions, because she said, you know, these have lived their lives. They should continue to you know, be used and live and all that stuff. So helpful cleaning instructions. So that was my day Saturday. That was a lot of fun. Not a show that I was maybe expecting, but not at all disappointed in what we got to do and what we got to see. It was a great weekend. It was a ton of fun. Plus, I got to spend it with Ingrid.
Yeah, that made it even better.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
It was fun. And then I got to also fangirl over somebody that I used to watch on YouTube years ago, I started watching her on YouTube. And we were passing in the hallway after we took the Legit Kit class. And we stopped her because she had a little tiny dog in a stroller. and we had to geek over, the little puppy. And then as she was talking, her voice sounded so familiar. And I was like, hey, wait a second. Is your name Jamie from California?
From California.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was cool. That was really fun to see her. And after watching her on YouTube for so many years, actually being able to meet her in person was so much fun.
So cool. It was fun. It was nice to see Ingrid get to geek out about something.
Yeah.
Like, I was so surprised, like, wow, you pulled that from how many years ago? Like, you just knew her voice. Like, that was pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to start watching her again. She does her YouTube name is Parlez-vous Crochet.
Which I think is so cute.
Yeah, I love it.
Crochet.
And she does these live sales where she has different creators of all different categories. If you make something and want to sell it on her YouTube channel, then she'll have you on, and it would be a forum similar to this where she's got you on, like everybody's on Zoom and then she goes live on YouTube and everybody just takes turns showing their products and selling them. So that's fun. And it's another little way of supporting a small business too.
Yep. It was
Cool. So I'll have to check those out.
yeah. So okay, officially, and as always reminded by Heidi, enough chitty chatting from me. I am going to I'm going to focus on, because of going away for the weekend and coming back and getting to spend some time with the kids. We played a board game and everything. I did not finish sewing together the block of, thank you so much, really appreciate it. The last block for Mini Sculliver. So I'm going to finish putting that together today. And then I'm going to pull the fabrics for BJ the Blue Jay. And I'm motioning over this side because this is where the Kona sheen is. And I'm really excited to pick out the colors that will, oh, you guys. Okay. Wait for this. All the way from Washington, it's Stephanie, who's connecting to audio. So if you can't hear her, hold on just a sec.
Can you hear me?
I can. Hi.
Hear anything? Good morning. Good morning.
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Stephanie.
hi, Steven.
So who's behind you?
This is Cheryl. She's one of the attendees, and I met her in Vegas at the Sew Day retreat, and she's now at my retreat. So, and then there's a bunch of people around. Gia, come here. Shannon, you know Gia. Gia's here.
Hi, Gia. Hi, sweetie.
Shelly, you should sit. Come on, Shelly. Shelly's here. Hi.
Hi, Shelly.
Come on over, ladies.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see everybody's faces.
This is Mona. Most of you guys don't get to see her because she's not got a camera, but this balloonist on YouTube.
Oh, very exciting. Hi, Mona.
Mhm. This is Shannon Rhodes. Say hi.
Hi, Shannon.
Is that everybody? No, Del Marie. And Del Marie.
Oh, yay. Hi, Del Marie. Oh, I'm so excited to see everybody.
There's a few people still sleeping.
Yep, that's okay.
Philippa's down to
Hi,
sleep up
Gia.
there, and a few other people. So yeah.
Tell us
And-
about the quilt behind you. Okay, no, sorry, you were going to say something. Go-
No, that's okay. I was actually going to tell you that. That is the quilt pattern that I wrote for this retreat. And this is Zia's version. So
Wow.
yeah, she did an amazing job. Most of these gals have their quilts just about done, if not done. Oh, thank you. This is the one that I did.
Oh my gosh. I love them both.
Love it.
Thank you. Each one looks so cool and so different because everybody picked their own fabric.
It's amazing how that's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. So we're having a great time though.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We were talking about how we were all a little bit hyperventilating about the quilt shop that you showed yesterday.
Yeah, that quilt shop is a lot.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can change my camera and I'll show you guys the other quilts that people have done.
Oh yeah.
How do I do that? I'm not good at this. All right, there we go. All right, so
Oh.
don't get sick. Sorry, guys. So here's one done in Cape.
Oh my gosh, that's cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that was really cool.
Love that on
And
the black.
then Cheryl, what is your son in? Jason Yenter? Jason Yenter.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That
Very
feels like butterfly wings and those bright
Yeah.
Julie
Well, there's no
tones.
stashing in between them yet. Oops, sorry. Sorry, I hope don't make you guys sick. And then this one is Shannon's over here.
Oh, gorgeous.
Yes.
I love the little 9 patch in the middle.
Yes. And then this is another gal that's not up yet, Math Geek.
Oh, yay. Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And over here is Philippa. She's making it bigger, so she's making more blocks.
Nice.
And then, do you guys know who this one is over here? Del Marie. That's Del Marie. That's Del Marie's, the colorful
Okay.
one.
I love how different they all look. It's
I know, isn't that
beautiful.
cool? It's so cool. And then I'll show you Mona's. Hers is over here. Hold on. Sorry, I hope you guys not making you like seasick. This is Mona's.
Oh yeah.
Neat. And somebody we think
gorgeous.
left a block behind last time they were here because there's this random block on the wall.
Okay.
Somebody's gonna be missing their block.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
So sad. Thank you for sharing all those. Excellent job, ladies. So beautiful.
I know. It's so exciting to see it in so many different fabrics. Okay. All right, now back to work.
Yeah. Yes. Now I was talking about I need to finish the last block, assembling the last block of Skulliver, because rather than doing that last night, I spent time with the kids and we played some board games and I had a really good time. And it was totally worth doing that after being gone for most of the weekend. So I'm going to do that, and then we're going to pull the fabrics for BJ the Blue Jay, and then I'm going to do definitely a block of that because I cannot wait to see what the Kona sheen looks like in
Yeah.
some of the feathers.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to get to it. What is everybody in YouTube land working on? If you guys don't mind sharing that too.
Deep thought.
Oh, you got yours done? Oh, Shelly's got hers done now. She'll show you her quilt.
Oh, hold on. Let me spotlight you. Sorry, one sec.
Oh,
There we go. Oh, that's so sweet.
Love that.
I love it in
Beautiful.
those soft colors.
put little bees right in the center, like fussy cut, and there's little bees right in the center.
Okay, is that I cannot tell what that from my side, but oh, okay, yes. Oh, so
So
sweet.
pretty.
Right in the middle of a flower. That was genius, Shelly. I like that.
Beautiful work, Shelley.
Thanks. Okay, you can unspot this.
Okay.
Everybody.
Hanging in there. Did everybody hear that Stephanie asked how everybody's doing?
Oh yeah, we're here. We're hanging in.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Good, good. So did you completely finish Skulliver? Because I think I missed the beginning, sorry, of the conversation. You probably already said that.
No, that's actually what I'm working on right now is that last block because
Okay.
I got all the fabrics added and I got it all trimmed before leaving for Pittsburgh, but didn't get it put together and was thinking, oh, I'll just do that tomorrow night or Saturday night. But then got home and hung out with the kids instead. So
Yeah.
did that instead, which to me was absolutely worth the trade.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What I love, Shannon, is that, you know, our kids in their 20s still want to spend time with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It means a lot.
anytime that it's a question, yes, I will drop everything.
Yeah. There's pretty much not even a question about it. It's like, yeah, sounds good. Let's do it.
Yeah, I love that.
Tammy says she's sewing up her vortex blocks. Yay. And Stephanie's fall project box, multitasking.
Oh,
Here's one done.
Lori of Sherlock Sews is doing some mug rugs. I'm finishing up a backpack. Oh, made some mug rugs yesterday and then finishing up a backpack now. Awesome. Hi.
Mug rugs are fun.
Yeah. That's Steven's working on some mug rugs with some reindeers on them.
oh,
Different sizes going here. That's the largest one.
Oh, here, I'm gonna get you so people can see. Where'd the spotlight go? There we go.
That's
Look at that. Rudolph. His little nose.
And then I've got two others that are a little smaller, same design in that.
oh, how pretty is that?
They have a big
Is that embroidery chain? Yeah. Yeah.
tuck little
You're not-
give
oh,
these
you
as
want-
Christmas gifts.
No, I'm minded.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Come on,
tuck maybe in some little
Which
goodies
one?
in here for the ladies at the quilt store. I always give them something at Christmas. Haven't decided yet. I'm still playing around with the design.
Well, I can see that having some candy canes in it, which I think would be adorable. Oh, good morning. We've got some more retreaters.
This is Philippa for anybody who doesn't know her from Australia.
Hi, Philippa.
Hi,
Good
Philippa.
morning.
Did you run- Did you show them all the quilts? I did. I showed them all the quilts. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're really cool.
Really cool.
We've been very busy.
It's good. She keeps you out of trouble that way.
No.
We're still finding trouble.
I don't know how you managed to shop in that warehouse of fabric. My
Oh,
God,
that is insane.
that's like, wow.
It's completely overwhelming. Although this year it was a little better because I knew what to expect. But it's last year when I went in, my OCD went nuts. I walked in and I looked at a couple aisles and I had to walk outside and take a breath.
I would be claustrophobic in there.
Yeah, yeah.
I would be checking with the fire department to make sure that it was up to code on that second floor.
Definitely not up to code. But the hardest thing, you need to go in knowing your labels and what you want, because you can't just go in there and, you know, fall in love with some fabric and then buy the line, because everything's on end. So you really have to know what you're looking for.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah.
I'd go in there and pull out a bolt and all the other 20 bolts on top of it would fall on top of me and kill me.
We were talking about having to,
Yes.
do a search party to find Steven underneath the pile of
I'm
bolts.
sure everybody would find Stephen. No matter what covered him.
Yeah, it's quite overwhelming, but if you need anything like they have it. If you can't find something as a quilter there, you're not a quilter.
That's for
So
sure.
Russ, how does that compare to, is it connected print or
Threadbare.
threadbare?
Uh, it's about the same when it comes to the shelving, but they have a lot of theirs vertically, so you can see the fabric as opposed to
Oh.
just seeing the end of it. But it's close, but that shop is significantly more packed than Threadbare.
Well, I would think that,
I was in shock. I shared it with a few friends that go shopping there, and they were surprised that it's as intense as it is.
oh yeah. Yeah.
What surprised me the most is that when you got there, the UPS guy was there, and I was like, "Where are you going to put any of that?"
What they do is they have this big barn door and they just open the barn door and they just toss the boxes there and leave.
Yeah.
And just somebody eventually, I guess, comes and opens them. But I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. And they said that they get like 4 to 5 delivery boxes delivered every day.
Oh my word!
Wow.
So they just keep piling it up. They check it.
Do they
That's-
have an online shop?
They do, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because that's the only way they're going to start getting rid of some of that.
Yeah. Rainbow.com and yeah. Oh, okay, go ahead. So these,
project bag.
what she's showing you are the 2 of the other projects that we've made.
Oh, fun!
Made these are bags.
Yeah, we made this like a vinyl front project bag.
Nice. That's
And
pretty
then-
fabric. I like that.
Then we made these bags.
Oh, I like the handle.
Yeah, really
of
cute.
that. That's really cool.
You did a fabulous job, all the ladies. They look great.
It's all squishy,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
but it was bugger hard.
I like you put them to work too, putting in zippers. Right.
It was easy. Miss you, girlfriend. You know, looking forward to Millersburg.
Yes.
That's the next time I get to hug you.
Very
I-
excited for
I
special
spend my time just wishing and waiting for the next retreat. Just making time go so fast.
Yeah. Yes, the employees, Mary, do know where everything is. There's like one employee upstairs that knows where everything upstairs is and one employee that knows where everything downstairs is. To the
That's how it
point
is with
where-
Threadbare as well. Is you can say, "Do you know?" Where, and you can even say the exact bolt, and
Yes,
she will tell you it's in this section on this one on this shelf over. So, and I'm like, how do you know this off the top of your head?
I know. It's incredible. Incredible. They do though. They'll say like it's in this aisle, 3rd shelf up, this bolt over. I'm like, I don't know. That blows my mind.
I mean, the smaller shop that I normally go to, that's the closest one to me. I'll ask where something is, and they never know where anything is because the owner likes to move things on a like every other week basis. So when they move something, it's hard to tell, but I'm also in there enough that when another customer is coming in and they're looking for inspiration or an idea to look for something, this happened about a month or so ago. They were building a quilt on site and they were trying to figure out what to do for an accent piece. And I said, "Oh, I know what you need." And I went straight to it. And they were like, "How do you know where everything is? Do you work here?" I was like, "No, I'm just here enough."
Oh, wow.
Oh, I know an answer I'd like to hear from everybody. I've talked myself about the unicorn projects, the bucket list projects that I want to have accomplished before the end of days. Does everybody else have that one, or have you all just done the things you wanted to do?
I still want to make a mariner's compass.
Stephen, since you love the AccuQuilt so much, would you do it cut AccuQuilt, or would you freehand cut like regular I don't know, regular cut?
No, I would do it using the AccuQuilt. In fact, I can't find the die right now, but I've actually bought the die. And I've had it
Nice.
for the Mariner's Compass somewhere in my pile of things. I haven't even opened it yet. But yeah, I would use the AccuQuilt for it.
Yeah. That's the reason why I love cotton cut so much. The pieces are just cut correctly, and you just have to sew.
Yep.
I love the Mariner's Compass, but I think I would want to do it paper pieced.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody has a pattern out there.
oh gosh, yeah.
Sure they do.
Or
This is my current, I want to get done one day in my life.
Oh, wait, hold on, let me get you. Dropped my mouse.
that looks like a lot of little pieces, Russ.
It is a lot of little pieces.
Oh my.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
Is that done? Oh, I like that they call it a recipe. I do that all the time. Is that done on like the 10 Sisters grids?
I don't even know if what they had initially planned for this. It's a square and a square with Tula fabric
Oh, okay.
for
Oh,
True Colors
my.
line. But it's 20 times 30,
Hmm.
so that's 600 approximately square and a squares.
Oh,
No.
my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
You need
And
an
what size? Did you say what size the square and a square is?
It's a 4.5 unfinished, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of those, I need to get it cut at some point and then I can start doing it as leaders and enders.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Then you're
But
working
that
towards
requires
it
me to
without
have
feeling-
the time to get it cut.
So what's yours, Shannon? Because you asked the question.
I even before I knew what quilting really was, or like that's how you put it together, the double wedding ring always fascinated me. I just think it's beautiful. So that will definitely be on my list. I want to do that. I now that I did the Lone Star from the So Yeah project box, I get to check that one off. Well, I have to sew the final seams together, so I won't check it off my list yet, but I will get to check that one off. And then the Dear Jane, I want to do that someday. Paper
A
piece.
friend of mine, I think either has it done or she has it almost done. And
Yeah.
that's been a 4-year project for her, I think.
I know that I'll have to do some applique, but folks out there in the world have it, and I think EQ8 has it where the majority of it is FPP, and I am 1000% here for doing it that way.
She did it hand piecing.
Yeah, that's
And I told her she was crazy, but
that's next level.
she enjoyed every minute of it.
Wow. Hand piecing as in sewing by hand?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
He's my hero. Love that.
that's one of those. Oh, I love that for you. There's no way in hell I'm doing it that way myself.
That's awesome, Shannon. I love that for you.
Oh, Steph, you've got somebody behind you who was saying hi.
Mona.
Oh, Mona's back.
She's giving me bunny ears. I just
Oh, got you. Sorry, you're in this like really tiny little box in the screen that I look at, so I didn't know who was there. So in the realm of do as I say, not as I do, because I don't necessarily wonder clip all the way down to the bottom, sometimes what I'm sewing will when it hits the thicker part of the pieces of each unit, the bottom piece, the underneath piece that's closest to the feed dogs will jump a little bit, and then I'll have to do some surgery afterwards because I get lazy and then pay the price. So either if you're a pinner, pin like you should. If you're a wonder clipper, wonder clip like you should, so you don't have to fiddle around so much. In the class on Friday, I was trying to get a block done super fast and fell victim to that, where I was just trying to get it done so fast that the last bits were completely skewed, and it looked, poor polar bear's eyeball looked so wonky.
I will be back in a second. I hear rustling upstairs, which means that I have to heat up Brecky.
Oh, yay. Okay. Tell Walter we said hi.
Well, he'll still be comatose. It's not 2:00 in the afternoon yet. So he may be walking around, but it doesn't mean he's necessarily with it.
Okay. Wait until after his second cup of coffee.
Gallon of it.
Ooh. Oh, Russ, everybody's saying it's going to be stunning.
Yeah, it will be. I'm excited for it. It's just a lot of different combinations. I'm not making more than 2 of the exact same block. So yeah.
Wow, yeah. That's a labor of love right there.
Well, Shannon, I'm gonna get going.
Okay, Donna.
I just wanted to show you, this is the block I finished.
Oh, I love the
beautiful.
color combination. Hold on, let me spotlight you. I got
Oh,
two different. Oh, but we want to see how pretty
Oh,
it
I
is.
love that.
Look at the
Donna, I
color.
love your fabrics that you chose.
oh, thank you.
So pretty.
Thank you.
Oh my
And
gosh.
then the one
Here's-
project I want to finish before my time is up is probably nearer than a lot of you people. I bought Woolies flannel.
Oh,
I've never worked with it before. And I bought this probably 2 years ago. And I bought it from Missouri Star Quilt Company. And I waited forever and a day for it. And I contacted them twice. And they couldn't find the order. And so as a bonus, they sent me another one for free.
oh, so you can double size what you want to make.
Well, of
Hi.
course, because of course, my quilts are always, well, not always, but gigundo size. So now I just have to, it's kind of like a 2-color. It's just red, these beautiful reds
Greens.
and greens,
Oh, that's gonna be so
So-
comfy.
but I don't know what to do with it. I have to figure out what to do. So if I can figure this out before I leave this earth, I'll be a happy woman.
Aw.
What are your thoughts on rag quilts where you have the cuts and then it gets all soft and fuzzy?
Yeah, but what do you put on the back? More flannel?
Yes,
Okay, and that's it, just nothing in between, right, Stephanie?
right.
Okay.
Well,
Maybe. All those threads make me just want to cough.
Oh, there's that. Yeah.
And that's a thought. I'll put it that way. It's a thought.
Whatever you do, you could literally just put those squares together. It would be just the most comfy, snuggly quilt to just snuggle up in on a cold winter night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made one quilt that was, I just put two layer cakes together and just did a nice, easy curve from corner to corner diagonally, and then just switch them out
Oh, yeah.
and kind of put them together, kind of like Russ's corner there. It was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of doing that, but I have so many ideas in my head to what to do with that. So it's on the bucket list. It's probably low on the bucket list right now because I have to finish this room as I sit at my sewing machine and sew.
I'm a bad influence.
Yes.
Well,
All
you
right.
need to do it a little bit at a time, Donna, so that you enjoy the process. So
Yeah, I know.
you gotta fit the sewing in there too.
I know. I do take a break, and that's why I'm here. But it was so nice to sew with all of you.
Thank you
And
so much.
Stephanie, safe trip home, honey. We need you in a couple, 2.5 weeks.
Yes, I can't wait to see you.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see everybody again. All
Yeah.
right, thank you, and enjoy.
Thank you so much. Bye, sweetie. Oh. Really looking forward to September. We are invading Pennsylvania a day early, the Cheetah Suckers, and we're gonna hang out and
Yeah.
get some shops together and everything.
I want to do some searching of some thrift stores in the area to see what they have.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
find
that
some.
the lady, the Mabel with the quilt bag, really kind of like got me excited to see what we might be able to come up with.
Yeah. Is that where she said she got a lot of her old quilts?
Yeah,
Or
estate
just-
sales,
Yeah.
estate sales, and thrift shops. Yeah. I'm not going to become an estate sailor yet. I'm not ready for those days.
No, that might be a retirement gig.
Those people are crazy.
Estate sailors are, that's a bunch of folks. All right. When we were taking the class on Friday, there was specific, because the instructor was teaching in a specific way. Jamie was teaching, specifics of how she likes to teach to appeal to the largest group of people possible. And there were suggested items to bring, very sparse, just the things you absolutely need to have. I think I've talked about that too. Like you can get into plenty gadgets in the FPP world. There are definitely tools to help you with efficiency, with speed, with all those kinds of things. But you really need a good pair of fabric scissors, a rotary cutter, a ruler that has a good 1/4 inch. You just don't have to have all of those gadget things. But I do wish I'd had my Acorn Easy Press. I was
You
like,
may not need all of the gadgets, but I want them.
I know. I am the gadget gal for sure. Hi,
And I
Susan.
understand where she's coming from, because for her, it's like it might seem overwhelming to some people that think that they need to invest in so many different things.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool that she's giving that perspective where you can get by with just this stuff.
Yeah.
But if there's gadget It's like I'm kind of like Shannon. Shannon is Inspector Gadget though.
I go all in.
Yeah.
Oh, I really like the blues and teals in this block and getting into the greens. But yeah, I do. Because I was like, she didn't say to bring an iron. She didn't say to bring, like, really, it was just the bare minimum. Dang it, I really wish I had like my nest. It's like this block is not as flat as it could be.
Yeah. And your clapper.
And the clapper, like, oh yeah. But I do respect the fact that, you know, she was teaching a class and there were things that she wanted to teach. And for me, it was important to see how she did that. And I also didn't want to be like a distraction to people who were then paying attention to, well, what crazy crap has this woman brought? And then not paying attention to the instructor. So yeah, I just wanted to make, you know.
You're very thoughtful.
Thank you. But no, it's you know, she's there. We're paying her to so it's her world. I was having fun, and I definitely learned a lot. I was very, very pleased with, you know, when I signed up for it, it was to be a fangirl. But by the time we got there, you know, I had a very specific reason of wanting to get to see her do that. And I was very happy to have been able to have that opportunity.
Yeah.
It was cool. Oh, Charlotte's weaving a houndstooth scarf. I love houndstooth. It's classy. All right, I to J.
So Shannon, seeing all of the yarn that we saw yesterday, are you wanting to do any playing with yarn stuff?
No, I don't. I still enjoy knitting. I don't know. It just, yeah. I was like, oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty. It didn't like make me really, really miss it. Or like when we were all at your place and you were, you know, getting out as much yarn out of your own house as humanly possible and giving it to all of us. I had fun sitting down and starting the hat and everything, but I haven't picked it back up again. It just, I like knowing that I still have the skill though. I was very happy with like, I've still got it.
Yeah.
I can still figure it out. But yeah, it doesn't hold the same wonder as quilting does for me now. How about you? Did it make you go, oh, maybe I don't need to get rid of all that yarn?
No, not really. What I was thinking actually was that I hope for next year, and I put this on my comment card, I hope for next year that they have more fabric and quilty vendors as well as more quilt related classes.
Yeah.
Because a lot of what they had was really around yarn.
Yeah.
Which is great for the yarn people, but
yeah. Well, when the one woman we met before we had lunch yesterday was saying, one of her favorite classes that she had taken was a Dresden plate class, and that wasn't there this go around. And
Yeah.
she's been going to this for like 20 years or something. I can't remember how many years she said, but
Right.
a long time.
Yeah, she was trying to get us to volunteer for next year.
She was cute.
You guys should volunteer.
She was very cute, but yeah, I mean, what she was saying, you get into the all the stuff for free when you volunteer. Not all the classes, but like the marketplace and all that kind of stuff free. She was very excited about it.
Yeah, so she flagged us over to her because of Shannon's newly acquired bag.
That's right. That's right.
She says,
And then
"Come
she was-
over here. I need to see that."
Then she was wearing earrings from your friend from California.
Yes. Yeah, that was funny. Wasn't exactly what we expected to see, but it was still a very great experience.
Absolutely. I think it'd be fun to go next year too. And I got chastised. I got my wrist slapped by family who live very close to Pittsburgh. They were like, "You were here in Pittsburgh and didn't tell us anything."
Oh,
I was there for like 2 minutes. So literally only saw the inside of the hotel. So it wasn't, it was not really a well planned out kind of like excursion to see family members or anything like that. So next year or the next time I get to get up there, upon agony of death, I need to make time to see family.
okay. I'll remember that and try to remind you as well. I don't want you getting in trouble with family.
Yeah.
Daddy.
The aunt that was giving me trouble, she's so my mom comes not from the biggest Catholic family, but from a big Catholic family. My grandmother had 6 kids, her sister had 12, so they were keeping true to the tradition. But my youngest uncle, my mom's baby brother, is only 10 years older than I am. So he and my aunt went to high school together. So they are very much contemporaries. Like, at this age, 10 years doesn't seem like that big a deal at all. When they got married and I was 12 and I had to dance with a boy and I had a mental breakdown, it seemed like ages apart. But now 10 years doesn't seem all that big a deal. So it's like hanging out with, just hanging out with friends.
At 12, the whole dancing for the boy is,
Nobody warned me.
yeah.
It's like, ew, they have cooties. Haven't you all read this? Don't you all know? Come on. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, this is how many years ago it is now. I'm pretty sure it was her little brother that was going to be who I had to dance with. He was like 3 years older than me, I guess, at that time. And he was cute. And I was like, oh, hell, this is not happening. I cannot do this. Because yes, while I did know that they had cooties, I was still aware when they were fine.
Can you hear my machine?
Oh, I was just gonna ask the same about mine.
No, I can't hear it.
Okay. I didn't hear yours. No. Boys are icky. Men are awesome. All right. Oh, thanks. Okay, Stephanie. Stephanie got a phone call. I can imagine that it's a bit hectic where she's at. So it was awesome that she joined. And I got to see everybody. We all got to see everybody. Sorry, I was personally excited about that, but we all got to see everybody at the retreat.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was a big room.
That was nice of her to stop in and give us the show.
Yeah.
Because I have in my head what Commando looks like. Commando is definitely the funner way to say it.
Yeah.
But I don't want
Absolutely
to
the most
offend
fun.
anybody either.
As long as nobody's actually going commando there.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean,
I guess you wouldn't really know.
no. To each their own.
Oof. This little mini Oliso, man, this bugger gets hot.
I was just thinking that because I'm using mine as well. The very tippity top of it is okay, but when you put your fingers down a little bit lower,
Well, yeah.
pretty toasty.
I like use it with just my fingertips. Does anybody else have an Oliso mini? Do you find it scalding hot as well?
Oh, Patty is saying, can we see a Scullerbar update?
Oh yeah. The block that I'm working on is the last block I did before going away to Pittsburgh. I got all of the fabric sewn on to all the units, but did not finish sewing up the block. Because contrary to popular belief, you do need to sleep. And yeah, so I did not pull an all-nighter to get it done. But that's okay.
No all-nighters are needed.
Yeah. No all-nighters. And family time is a great time. So I'm finishing that up today. So it's still his grin coming out of the Lone Star right now. But when I get this block done, I'll bring over those pieces to put that last quad together, and then I'll start putting the quads together, the four quads to finish the top. So we'll get to see that today.
That's cool.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I kind of want to get the big Sculliver now.
Yeah. My son Evan last night asked about getting this Sculliver, but this one's already been called by Lauren. So then he was like, well, could we do instead of the rainbow colors, do like, you know, it actually be like skull color, like so like different whites, and then different like black and gray and the eyes and the like all the sockets and things like that. So I now have a new commission to do, a more lifelike Sculliver to create.
That would be really cool to see.
I think it'd be fun. Just have to figure all that out because there's definitely a wide variety of white, like bleached white bone, like in the Kona world, to see how those play together. A little bit of light gray for some shading. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. Just not right now. Just not the next thing I do.
He might see some others that are pretty cool that he might want too.
Yeah.
Got another block done.
Yay!
I know a heck of a lot easier than what you're working on right now.
Okay, thanks for rubbing it in. Ooh, Sherlock Sews had to return her big Aliso because it smelled like it was burning. That's not fun.
That's not good.
Oh. Mm-mm. Oh, thanks, Patty. Please give a thumbs up if you're having fun. Some folks do it on the way out, and I know that you know, but it's definitely
Well,
appreciated.
people can thumbs up even if they're not having fun.
True. All right.
Oh,
So
so
this-
Shannon, what did you think about sewing on a FAF on Friday?
Oh,
Did I say that right?
I say it FAF. I know other people say it differently. I've just always said it FAF, so I'm not sure.
No, it's a fact. No, it's like pneumonia or
It was fine. I didn't like that it didn't have the auto lift, like that you have to lift the foot all the time.
You're
That
spoiled.
part. I'm spoiled. I'm a spoiled brat. Yes, you're right. Yeah. And which the Arnie, the TL18, it doesn't do that either. But when you do the heel, it auto cuts and so it lifts. So the auto cut on the FAF doesn't lift the foot. So yeah, I'm spoiled. So I would not have taken that home with me.
It was interesting to sew on a different brand of machine though. That was cool.
Yeah, it was interesting to sew on a different brand and to see how really just similar, like it really is a simple machine when it comes down to it. The sewing machine doesn't, the kinds of stitches you might get on from one machine to another might change, but yeah, the mechanics of it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. It's not, I have to say it's nothing that I would switch to after having sewn on it.
Mm-mm. No, there was nothing so exciting about it that would make me be like, oh, I've been missing out all this time.
Yeah. When we walked by their booth though and saw the embroidery machine going, that was pretty cool to see.
That was cool.
I love watching the embroidery.
yeah, they're kind of mesmerizing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Watching any of the computerized stuff, whether it be the embroidery machine or the long arm, is just mesmerizing.
Yeah.
Just to sit there and be like, that is so cool.
Yeah. And then you fall asleep and your head hits the machine.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
It does. It can lull me to sleep if I sit here too long looking at the embroidery machine. I kind of go, okay, I'm nodding off. No.
Oh.
Suddenly your face becomes part of the design.
I was gonna say, you wake up and your shirt's been stitched into.
Yeah.
Oh, I did mean to ask Stephen, is that the cat shirt?
That's the latest one. Yes, this is
Yes.
latest creation.
Hold on. I wanna see it.
I'll be wearing it today for the live. So
Excellent.
here's if I can get it.
Love those blues.
Yeah,
Very nice.
working on another one, but I think it's for him, and it's not. But he's in fabric with it. But
Well, I guess you gotta allow him to clothe himself too.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. He needs to make me some long sleeve ones now. He did make a long sleeve one for me last year. I think I've only ever worn it about once. But I don't know. I have to wait and see for Georgia. I said, well, we need shirts for Georgia.
Yeah.
Not knowing whether I get away with short sleeves at that time of the year or have to wear long sleeves.
I'll be wearing shorts just to let you know.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Shorts in that
Russ,
time-
are you shorts all year round?
I am shorts unless it is usually about below 36 outside. But yeah, inside I am shorts all year round. And it all depends on how many minutes I'm going to be outside, because if I'm going to be outside for a minute, then it can go down lower than 34, 36. When I was playing Pokemon Go, it was hilarious because we would go out to a raid and meet up at the park and stuff. People were like, why are you in shorts? I'm like, it's not cold. I mean, it's like 42 or something like that. It's not bad.
Yeah, if you got your head covered and your feet covered, you're pretty good. You're all right.
No, I was shorts and flip-flops.
Okay, you're crazy.
No head covering or anything. I mean, this is after having lived a couple of years in the Boston area where, you know, the public transit would be delayed for any number of reasons.
A different
And if you're stuck
perspective.
out there in the snow and everything, there was one time when somebody set fire to the Longfellow Bridge. It was a homeless person, and not full fire. It was just just I'm going to say a trash can fire or something. But they shut down the red line, so I had to walk from Harvard Square to Kendall Square to work,
Oh
and
wow.
and it was snowing, so it was not a happy day.
I have friends in Massachusetts that are shorts year round.
Yeah, it's very common in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But after having lived there and then moved here to Georgia, I mean, I grew up in South Carolina, so I was freezing in Massachusetts. And after living there and then moving to Georgia, I'm like, this isn't cold weather. I mean, I've had much, much worse. So I don't understand why people think it's cold here. Now, we did have that cold wave in January where it was like 5 or 6 days where we didn't get above freezing. And that was miserable. I still walked Riley 5 times a day, but did not want to go anywhere else. And all my neighbors are looking at me like, you're crazy walking your dog. I'm like, she has energy. I need to get rid of this energy somehow.
Oh, I just laugh.
I mean, that's been the best thing is I have spent so many hours walking her. It's wonderful. So I love the fact that I have her just so that it helps even just get me out of the house for a few minutes, because otherwise there would be days that I just don't leave the house at all. And that's not a bad thing, but there's something about fresh air and sunshine.
Yeah. Oh, so I see Stephanie left, did she, while I was gone?
Yeah, she said
She
she
had a phone
got a
call come in.
oh.
So when's her retreat in Washington done then?
Is it tomorrow? Was it Thursday through Monday?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Because they were all still very unpacked for it to be today.
That's true.
Um,
28th. Yeah, till tomorrow.
Yeah. Stephen, how was the Wednesday Sew Day without Stephanie? You had to muddle through all by yourself again.
It's okay. I got them whipped into shape.
Love to hear it.
Yeah. Well, I missed Stephanie, but of course, but we had, I don't know if we had less people than we usually have because she wasn't there, or we had more. I'm not sure. Well, no, I'm sure it wasn't. I think we had about the same crew that come.
Yeah.
We have the regulars. And every now and then we get a new body. And then we abuse them and they never come back.
And we scare the heck out of them.
Yeah.
I need to take a Wednesday off so that I can join.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of those and they are a lot of fun. You get a lot done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I find. I get a lot done on those days.
Christine, hi Patrice. The southeast side, no hurricanes in southeast Florida. That's good. Good to know, Christine. Oh gosh.
Well, I'm breaking out my Tula bundle for this project I'm working on now. I didn't even realize I had Tula. I must have brought that by mistake. It's her little beasties, I think, or something.
Yes.
Okay. Who's talking to me? That shouldn't be. It sounds like Alexa or Siri. Oh, oh wait, Siri. Siri, exit.
Oh, that's funny.
No, don't you just sit there and hover. You little bitch.
As everybody's
I'm not
smart
sure I
speakers are now going off.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Well, I don't want to start trouble. Hey, Siri. Hey, Alexa. Hey, Amazon.
Then you hear everybody's ping, 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 ping. Yes.
I've heard you can change some of their names just to help avoid some of that.
Well,
It was rough when I had the Amazon branded one when I would watch WWE and Alexa Bliss was on. It would just pop all the time and be very annoying.
Yes. And for some reason, she who should not be named because she'll go off on my iWatch, it just comes on and just like for no reason.
Well, because Apple needs something.
Yeah, I guess. I just would let me change the name to what I really want to call them.
There's one YouTuber that I watch that named his Flim Flam.
Flim Flam.
Because, that way, he could interact with the smart speaker on stream without interrupting anybody else's smart speaker that they have on their home.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder if Ron is still on. I want to know how his
Raven or
Raven. There we go. I was like, it's the bird, but it's not the eagle. Which bird is it? How the Raven's going. Hey, Darlene. Oh, that's funny. Jeannie's saying her friendly Apple assistant was going crazy.
You're welcome, Jeannie.
I was very disappointed in my coworkers many years ago. Not that the disappointment has gotten any less, because I have a t-shirt that has the word nevermore in the shape of a raven across it. And none of my coworkers understood what that was.
Oh,
Yeah. It was horrible. And I just expressed my extreme disappointment in them and their education systems.
yep.
Yes. Oh, there's Ron. He said he just sewed the top upper half, just sewed the upper half together. Awesome.
Well, we'll see it on Wednesday.
That's very cool.
Usually does.
This last block of Sculliver is very mouthy. It's a very, very mouthy piece.
No bones about it. It's very mouthy.
That one of the more intricate ones.
It's the most of the entire quilt top.
Oh, so
It
you
has,
saved the best for last.
Yep, exactly. All the way from A to U. Nope, A to V. Oh, Lordy. Yep, 21. There we go. The whole alphabet of units, basically, in this one block.
You have a lot of patience.
And I thought that my Excel workbook that goes to column GB was bad.
I didn't count how many pieces of fabric are in this block. I should do that. I'm not sure. A lot of teeny pieces with lots of little pieces of fabric. When it starts going together though, oh, it's so satisfying to see it build and the magic of, you know, the creation that starts happening. Oh, so cool. Like, oh, it really was worth all those cuss words. I can see, Catherine was saying Brody from Soya used to say that about the virtual assistants just for a laugh. I can see that. Catherine, is that for your, this heart is always in the way. Catherine, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't see exactly what your comment says because of the stinking heart that's in the way. Is that for your project? I'm guessing, is it that it's just, is that for your project? And yeah, this is the last block for mini Sculliver that I'm sewing together. Then later on today, I will pick the fabrics that I want to swap out from regular Kona solids to Kona sheen for BJ the Blue Jay's wing and tail feathers. I'm gonna add some highlights from the sheen in there, which I'm excited about to see what that's gonna look like. And then I will absolutely put at least one block together that's going to use that, or some units together of it. I always have lofty goals of I'm going to do this, and then time runs out. So when I was cooking, when I was in kitchens and chefing, I was also very bad at that. I'd be like, oh, that thing isn't really that difficult. I'll be done in no time. And then 3 hours later, I'm still there, trimming scallions. And I always forget how tedious this is.
I'm not very good with time. It always seems to take much longer than what I think it's going to.
Yeah. I should start, and maybe if I think in another hour or so, when we start working with BJ the Blue Jay, I should start a timer to really capture how long it takes me to do the things.
That's a good idea.
Because in that class, she does do that. Oh, because she's, a production sewist.
Yeah.
Getting paid for what she's doing. So you got to be meticulous about time, record keeping time, your stuff. But I think that would be just good to know. How much time does it actually take me? How much time do I waste stopping and playing games on my stupid phone?
Something I never ever got into was playing video games of any sort on any device. It never appealed to me.
Yeah.
I have lost many, many, many days with video games in the past.
Walter got hooked on that one that came out a few years ago, that Candy, what was it called?
Candy Crush.
Candy Crush, yes.
It was up to like 1 million and something.
Yep.
Yeah, I went, yeah, well, this is dumb.
It is amazing how much time you can waste on just, swapping location of candy pieces.
Well, there was one Halloween, probably 2007. I was playing Super Paper Mario. Like I had just started playing that a couple weeks prior. And my full intent was to give out candy for Halloween, but instead I decided to play Super Paper Mario. So I made sure my light was off and everything. And some kids came knocking at my door. And I mean, like I had candy right there, but I gave them a 2-minute lecture on my porch light is not on, so you should not be coming knocking at my door begging for candy.
How long did it take you to get the egg off your windows?
You instantly get labeled the old fuddy-duddy house.
Oh, no. I give awesome candy. Like kids will remember my house the next year because I have a giant driveway. So I give little candy bags that has like 2 different types of chocolate and 2 different types of hard candy. That way they can trade with their siblings. If somebody's allergic to nuts, they have stuff that they can trade to get non-nut stuff. If they don't like chocolate, they have stuff to trade for other stuff. If they love chocolate, they've got some like premium chocolate, because I usually do Reese's and Snickers, and not the little tiny fun sizes, like the decent size pieces, not a full size because they're getting multiple pieces, but they get a good like chunk of candy from me, and they love coming to the house. But it was just that one year I was playing video games, and that was also the year that I knew that I had an issue with playing video games.
You're scolding small children on their fun night because
They
you
were
want to play a
teenagers.
video game.
Yeah.
They were teenagers. They should have known better not to come knocking at my house because the light wasn't on.
The ones that come with the pillowcases.
Oh, well, that's the other thing is I don't care if they're dressed in costume or not. As long as they say the phrase trick or treat, they get candy.
Yeah.
They can be, 6 months old, which I let slide the whole trick or treat idea. But they can be, in their 80s. If they say trick or treat, they get candy. That is the rule that I have.
Oh, the ones
And,
that.
and,
Yeah.
and I don't care if they're in costume or not. One year I had kids. They had zero costume and they had pillowcases. And they came to the door and they said trick or treat. And I'm like, awesome teenage costumes. I love it. Because there are many other things that they could be doing on Halloween night that would be causing a lot more trouble. And I would rather them, be begging for candy and being out of other trouble.
Yep.
The ones that really help me though are the ones that come, the parents who come with the infant in their arms,
Yeah.
like about 6 months old, 8 months old, and I go, who's eating this candy?
Yeah, I'm not above using my 6-month-old grandchild to get Snickers bars. Mind your
Yeah.
business, Stephen.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. Again, as long as the parent says trick or treat for the child, they can have the bag of the candy.
I just look, oh, they go trick or treat, and I go, yeah, we know what the trick was. Okay. Would you like
And
a
again, those parents
Chardonnay?
could be doing something worse, and instead they are out, teaching kids how to be proper kids.
Now, hey, if you would come with a Chardonnay, we did have a family in the neighborhood that the parents sat out drinking, and if adults came by, they could stand
We
there
have a
while the
house
kids
in
were
the
trick or
neighborhood that
treating.
does that.
Yeah, that's
Just don't pour it in their bag.
yeah.
Glass of Chardonnay, here you go. Ooh.
Oh. Where's my camera? There we go. More fun colors. Is this
Shannon, you have grandchildren?
Not yet.
Well, I was going to say, God, you've got the right moisturizer then. Where do I get it?
I am
Good.
absolutely ready to have them, but not ready for my children to have them. So I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Are you allowed to adopt your grandchildren? I'm not sure. Oh, Catherine's asking at the deadline. So the deadline is September 30th. So mini skull over will definitely be done before September 30th. Because it doesn't have to be quilted. It just the top, the flimsy, has to be done. So we are well on our way. Karen B just said, as I sit down for a break from ironing to have some water and play Candy Crush.
Geez, Patty, I'm starting to get a little worried about you. See, you mentioned something about a special bottle of something for the retreat in December. Now you're talking about White Claw and beer. And okay.
Just hear Patty sounds like a good time.
I know.
I keep singeing the top of my fingertips because the iron makes the paper so hot too. Like, ow, 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 ow. That's all right. I didn't need the fingerprints anyway.
Yeah. Now you can rob places. Win-win.
Shannon, did you look at any of the classes that are going on at QuiltCon?
I did look. I decided that for this first time going that I was not going to take any classes though. I want to walk the show, and I want to see the vendor floor and just, have the time to be overwhelmed by those.
Yeah, it's very overwhelming your first time. Because I went to QuiltCon this past year as my very first time, and I do not know how I would have been able to think about fitting in classes. I mean, I only went there for a single day because just, driving down there, and I didn't have my free parking like I normally would have. So I didn't want to spend $30 a day for parking.
Yeah.
But it was just very overwhelming in itself with just the vendors and the quilts. And I needed more than a day just to spend with the vendors and the quilts.
Yeah. It's a pretty, it's huge, and I just don't want to
Yeah.
be disappointed in whatever I choose. I just felt like the classes were easier to sacrifice and not feel like I made such a great sacrifice,
And you're not going to feel like you made a sacrifice. That's the other thing, because there's so much going on. You're not going to feel like you have missed anything if you do not take any of the classes.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good to hear, because I didn't want to be bummed, but I'm super excited about seeing just the enormity of it all.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I live, in Maryland, very close to the Howard County Fairgrounds, where Maryland Sheep and Wool is always held. And when I was in the midst of just knitting insanity, and Ravelry had just started, and yeah, I went for several years. I think the last year was the year before the pandemic. And that is huge. And the classes are a ton of fun. I would never say don't take classes if there's something that interests you, but boy, is there plenty to do with not doing it, from, watching dog herding classes and, well, not classes, watching the dogs do the sheep
demonstrations.
herding.
Yeah.
Yeah, the demonstrations. Just plenty to do.
Well, that's the one thing that I have been trying to figure out how it works, is if you take a class at QuiltCon, are you using somebody else's machines? Because you learn a lot more when you're using your own machine, and you're not concerned if you because when if you're using a machine that's not yours, you aren't in your same rhythm, so you don't learn the same if you're doing it that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I was I was also wondering, for the classes that are at QuiltCon, how do they work? So I think that's one of the things that I want to try to maybe take a peek at this year, is to see how the classes are going on. Obviously not attending them, because I don't know if I'm going to have that time again, but if it's a Trapunto class or a paper piecing class, how are they taught? Do they have machines set up for you? Do you have to somehow get a machine there?
No, they definitely have a machine because of the number of people that are flying in and stuff like that. Even in Pittsburgh, with as small as that was, and there was only 12 of us in the class that we just took, they provided, one of the shops provided, or was it the shop or the guild? Now I can't remember. All of the
Right.
FAFs were provided to everybody. However, if you live close enough or you want to trek they're certainly not going to tell you you can't
Right.
bring your own machine and use your own machine, but they do provide it so that folks that are traveling that don't want to have to deal with that don't
It
have.
is crazy though, because if you're on a machine that's not yours, you're spending all this extra time, how do I get this rethreaded if it comes unthreaded? If you're accustomed to a knee lift and you don't have that knee lift,
Yep.
it's just there's so many things that just frustrate you in a class when you don't use your own machine.
Yeah.
Nightbot is telling us to stretch.
Yay, thanks, Nightbot. I am as soon as I get the major pieces together, I am gonna stand up and we'll probably mute myself for about 10 minutes to wolf down some food.
Yeah, Shannon and I talked about her giving herself a little bit of a break this 8-hour stretch.
I did not do a good job of that last time.
I looked at the classes for QuiltCon and there were the majority, I would say, were already waitlist only.
Yeah.
So this must fill up pretty fast.
Yeah.
And that was from the people that could pre-register because we're
Yeah, that
modest.
was before it opened.
Yeah. That's wild. Does say a lot for how popular Modern Quilt Guild is, though.
Yep.
When and where is QuiltCon? So awesome question. Next year, it's in February, at the end of February, and it is in Raleigh. So apparently they don't usually do it on the East Coast 2 years in a row, or the West or Midwest or wherever. Like they usually like flip flop. Like where was it? Phoenix? Is that where you said?
A year and a half ago it was Phoenix. Yeah.
So yeah, but
And then I heard in 2025 it's going to be in Phoenix again.
back in Phoenix. Yeah. So, but it's in Raleigh, North Carolina in 2024. So if you can get there, come and hang out. I think we'll, which just seems really weird to me to say this. So it's just odd, but the convo is to have like a meet and greet and like meet everybody that I get to talk to who I haven't gotten to put a face to the name when we're down there in Raleigh. And that just seems so surreal to me.
Yeah.
To say those words. But I'm excited to meet all of the people behind the names that I see.
I have now finished week 3 of Lilacia Love.
Nice. Oh, cool. Hold on a second. I was ironing. I can
You
spotlight
want
you.
to spotlight me for a second? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Oop, there we go.
Oh, that's pretty.
That is
Now I just have one more week, which is, I think it's 4 giant flying geese and 4 giant half square triangles. So
Oh, there we go.
And then I can start putting it all together.
With that.
Although I think I am going to repress some of my piano block seams because it I want them to nest. And after seeing how it's going to be put together at the end, I think I want to switch the direction some of those are being pressed.
Oh, Ron's saying he's thinking about running a 1.5-inch border around the whole top of the Raven to secure all the blocks. That would be very cool. I'd like to see what that ends up looking like, Ron, if you do that.
Ron, what color are you thinking about using for that?
Ooh, a nice Halloween purple.
Against that orange background. Yeah.
Oh, then it gets to be a little bit too Clemson-y.
Heidi is asking, don't you hate to come up for air when you're in the zone though?
Yes. See, everybody understands. It's hard to get up, to remind yourself.
Yeah.
Funny how I don't have the same problem when I'm working at my 9-to-5 job for 8 hours. I never have a problem remembering to get up to go eat or whatever.
I don't have a problem remembering to do that. It's just I have a problem getting time to do that.
Yeah.
When we were solely working from home, I didn't have any difficulties doing that because I would be on conference calls and I would just bring my earbuds and stuff downstairs in order to do the call for that. But when it came to returning to the office, there's been a lot of times where we're like, when are we going to be able to get lunch? Because we have conference calls from 10 a.m. all the way through to 4:30. And
Yeah.
It's like, we need a break.
When do you get real work done if you're on conference calls all day long?
Well, that's the other thing is we usually get to multitask, but with the conference calls, it's difficult when you want to go get lunch with a group of people and the cafeteria at work gets to be pretty loud. You can't hear anything on a conference call, even if you have earbuds and everything on.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear in the background Lauren laughing at whatever videos they're watching, but it's making me giggle. To Q. So this is the piece I'm working on within, and this is already 5 different units sewn together in the blue. Oh, I guess I should spotlight it myself.
It helps sometimes.
Yeah. Act like you've been doing this for a little while, Shannon. Come on now. So that is 5 different units already put together. 1, 2,
That's a little
3,
crazy.
4, 5.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12. Yes. And this is the piece that I'm putting on next.
Nice. I
Love the blues and the teals and getting into greens.
Very
Oh, and
nice.
Ron's saying it's gonna be a black border when he does it.
That'll be sharp.
Yeah. And then that's when he gets that border on, that's when he'll take all the papers out. That's a good call.
Yeah. Shannon, what are you wearing today? What's that t-shirt?
It is the Legit Kits. Oh, it's the eagle you want to do, Ingrid. The Legit Kits eagle t-shirt. Because when you fangirl all the way. And they released a t-shirt, so I got one.
And then on the back, they
on
have
the back of it. Yeah, it's all of the oh my gosh.
like a concert t-shirt.
It's like a concert t-shirt. And I could have looked at this shirt and realized they're not going to be in Pittsburgh. Oops. Way to go. Oh, that's funny.
Well, after all of that, I have to start over.
Oh no.
Oh no.
My foot caught underneath a piece of the fabric and I didn't realize it. And then it pulled the hoop out of the frame and
Oh wow.
relined up. So we're scrapping what I got done there. Yep.
Oh, that is a bummer.
Starting all over again. Well, it happens.
Truer words have never been said.
One of the things you don't tell people about when they're doing machine embroidery. What happens when the hoop pops? Well, you go into another room and take a pillow and put it over your face and scream into it. Every obscenity you know. So I'm better now.
And some you don't.
You make them up.
Yeah. Good thing it's on fabric I don't like.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, well, people are going to swear at me now because I'll tell them it's Tula Pink.
I was gonna say it. The Tula that you don't like.
It's not that I don't like her. I just don't know what to do with her. I admire her artistic talent. The colors are okay. You know, they're not really my palette, but
Yeah.
I thought perfect for these gnomes. Maybe it's my hoop telling me, no, you don't. Don't use Tula in this. It either. Geez, if Adam Sews knew that I was doing this with Tula Pink, he'd probably just crap his pants. Take it from the beginning and it's feeling. Hot.
All right. I just finished step 12 of 21.
So Shannon, are all the pieces together and you're just sewing the pieces?
So all the fabric is on all of the paper units. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so now I'm just sewing all of the units together to finish the block. And I always still call it an 8.5 by 11 block, even though once you trim all of the, for the 1/4 seam allowance and everything, it's not actually that big, but I still refer to it because that's what it comes out of the package as, just
Right.
the block. But yeah, so just putting it together to make the final, like this is all of the pieces going together. And I'm checking it off. Oh no, harmonica, it's not going to work today, Pally Pal. Hello, my handsome boy.
And that you have 2 screens and I'm looking at your face and like, what are you doing?
Hello, handsome boy. Okay, I'm gonna have to upset you and make you move along. I know you don't want to, but you've got to. Oh, I'm gonna pay for that. He's gonna I don't know, put a dead bug in my bed or something.
No, you'll just be awakened in the middle of the night to this sound.
So true.
I have woken up so quickly to that sound so many times.
Not on my bed, not on my bed, not on my bed.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's dark and you get up to find out where it is.
Yep.
You feel this nice, warm, gushy thing between your toes.
Yes.
Found it.
The one of my two that always had those is the one that passed away last week. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, on one hand, I don't have to worry about those noises in the middle of the night. On the other hand, I miss those noises in the middle of the night.
Right. What I wouldn't pay to have those noises back right now. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially when after they've done that, you hear this little giggle giggle in a corner. No, a little cat giggle.
Look at me make them jump again.
Yeah.
And then they just look at you and roll their eyes and purr, and you go, you see, I can be so cute. You won't yell at me.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, that makes much more sense. One of the things I had to wrap my head around in doing these larger blocks with so many seams that you're putting together is it doesn't go necessarily alphabetically in the way that you would think, either like in a circle or right to left all the way down. So sometimes I'll think, oh, I'm supposed to sew it together this way. And then I go back and look and I'm like, oh no, that was completely backwards because that's not going to work. Like this is the F through K. So to me, I feel like that should be on the right side. Like I'm reading a book to L through Q, but no, other way around. So you want to check, make sure. I would have been very unhappy to have to pick out that whole unit of units together.
That's not good times with that small stitch length.
No.
And trying to keep the paper together.
Right. Oh, yes.
So since y'all were talking about fangirling a few minutes ago, I'm on my phone now fangirling with with the owner of one of the shops in the area because the Quilting Marine mentioned them in his video this morning.
Oh, that's so cool.
And I'm, partially disappointed that I've never gone into the shop and ran into him. But the owner has said that, her staff knows and loves him to pieces. And she's just mad that she hasn't had a chance to actually get to meet him yet. And I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't thrown anything into the porch parties that they have there.
Yeah.
What's a porch party?
It's a mini quilt show that they do. They started them almost a year and a half ago because they were trying to get more business into the shop. The previous owner sold it to the new owner about 2 years now ago, and it's a really tiny shop, but they're trying to find ways to get more people into the shop. So they're doing porch parties every spring, which is just a mini quilt show of customer quilts.
That's kind of
And it's all outside because, again, it's a small shop. They don't have room to throw 60 to 80 quilts inside.
right.
But it drums up.
Plus you're in
a lot
Georgia
of
and
business.
you sip your sweet tea out on the porch. Come on now.
Exactly.
Nice.
You got it, Shannon.
The front porch is for sweet tea sipping and pearl clutching.
So,
The
right.
name of the shop for Catherine is Cottontail Quilts.
Oh, cottontail. That's cute.
I love that name.
Their fabrics are made from 100% bunny.
They're an awesome shop. Like I said, it's a small shop, but they have a wonderful boutique room. And that's what the Quilting Marine was
Mhm.
talking about, is he loves going into that shop and just immediately turning left and going into the boutique room. And they've got a lot of gorgeous fabrics in there, and he gets a lot of inspiration just in that one room.
Well, that's a cool shout out for sure.
Yeah.
So, Russ, are you familiar with Stitch in Heaven?
Yes, I've watched some of their videos with Rob Appel and that, and did their New Year's sew along that they did, that I'm still not done with.
Stitch in Heaven, they do quilting cruises.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they're doing one, and it's the end of May into the beginning of June, and it is, can't remember what they call it now. It's like the Patriot something or other. The instructors are going to be Mark from the Quilting Marine, the combat quilter, can't remember his name, and Rob Appel will be there also.
Oh, that would be
And-
very cool.
And I'm going.
Oh,
I'm signed up for it. We signed up, oh my gosh, it's been like a year now, I guess. But yeah, I'm super excited to go on a quilting cruise, as well as to meet all of them. And so we're going to be making 2 quilts, and they're both patriotic themed. It
well,
was
that's awesome.
going to be like a Quilts of Valor type of
Presentation.
but they, I guess, got into some trouble for using the name Quilt of Valor, so they changed it to Patriot something. But it's sold out already.
I've never been on a cruise at all, so I don't know if I would like to do a quilting cruise as my first, because if I don't enjoy the experience being on water for that long, I definitely wouldn't want to have it with, my favorite hobby.
No, that's a good idea to figure out if you like being on the water. Because if you get seasick, that would not be a fun experience at all.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on boats when I was younger and had a blast and everything, but I know being on a boat versus being on a cruise ship is a completely different experience, because, in one, you can see the edge of the lake right over there. In the other, you're like, where am I? I don't see anything but the curvature of the earth.
Right.
Or flatness of the earth, depending on your opinion.
Russ.
Don't know. Ask the what they call them, the reptilians.
Well, I know the world is not flat because cats would have pushed everything off the edge of the earth by now.
Yeah.
That's very accurate.
Oops.
What are you oopsing?
It's the fabric at the end of what I was putting together. It's the, loose at the end of the block, and it kind of curled up into itself. So I just gotta loosen that up again. Not a big deal though, just a little.
Just a little oops.
Yep. A little added pin tuck that wasn't supposed to be there.
Catherine wants to know where the cruise is going. Ingrid?
Oh, okay, so it is going to 2 different ports in Mexico. One is Cozumel. The other one, I don't remember. And then how about if I look that up, because I can't go by memory.
I was
I'm
gonna say,
surprised that you even remembered it was stopping anywhere. Like all I don't care about is being on the boat with them doing all the things.
I was going to say, I've been to, I can't remember many times. It's lovely
Yeah.
for what I remember.
Okay, so it is called, it's the 28-24 Patriot Quilting Cruise. And it is stopping. Oh, Andrew Lee is the combat quilter. He's the other one, along with Mark, that will be doing the instructing. So it leaves out of Galveston, Texas. It goes to, all right, so I know I'm probably going to pronounce this incorrectly. Roatan, Honduras. Puerto Costa Maya, Mexico, and then Cozumel, Mexico. So if I butchered those names, I apologize. Not very good at. And then they give you the option of buying the quilt kit or bringing your own fabric. And they'll give you the cutting instructions. But when you buy the quilt kit from them, everything is cut out for you. So you just have to sew. You don't have to do any cutting.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I might
I don't know how
actually,
I'd feel about having to get my sea legs and use a rotary cutter at the same time.
So do
well,
they
it's also very, they're very specific about what you're allowed to bring and not bring. And the cutting things that you need to bring with you, you have to have it in a separate bag so that if they do question it as you're going through, you know, what do you call it? The check-in process where they're x-raying your.
Oh yeah.
So if they end up taking it from you, then they put it somewhere, and then the person that is you know, putting on the quilting part of the cruise will come and collect it for you.
Wow.
So what's that?
What about sewing machines? Do you bring your own, or do they
No,
provide?
they provide all the machines for you. So you don't have to bring your machine. And then there's also an option where you can purchase the machine from them that you sewed on
Yeah.
at a discount, I'm guessing. So it should be interesting.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. You're gonna have a great time.
Yes. I'm excited. I sleep very well on the ocean. Like you're being rocked to sleep like when you were a baby.
Need a shot of caffeine. How's everybody's projects doing out in YouTube land?
Yeah.
Whether that project is sewing or cleaning or reading, whatever you're working on.
But if Donna is still watching, are you still tracking your kids' progress from Ireland?
Oh yeah.
Well, not kids, that's her daughter and her boyfriend, right?
Yep. I love that she calls them the kids.
Yeah, I love that.
It's how there'll always be. Pull up the glasses to get to this one. Sometimes even when you have clips on it, the fabric still moves when there's a big bulky spot. So I gotta go back and fiddle.
Doing a little bit of surgery.
Yeah. Legit Kits is really good about keeping the big bulky spots to a minimum. But sometimes it's just inevitable. So you just gotta work with it.
The videos that Mike has put out on the process of how they create the different patterns it's so fascinating.
Yeah.
It's astonishing just how much he does by hand, like drawing on his floor.
Yeah. Well, and in the class on Friday, Jamie was talking about how because of how intricate it all is that they're doing, there's no software that can really handle what's happening.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much all worked by hand.
I was wondering if he used like some sort of software to digitize something to get it close and then start putting in the fabric colors or something, but that makes it even more impressive if it's all done by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He and the art crew, they're just doing it. That's amazing.
Because I know like with EQ, it's very easy just to start popping in colors and stuff. And I think it had something, it's been a while since I've started playing with it, but since I've last played with it, but I think there's something that you can partially digitize a photo into something to help give you some cuts or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was my embroidery software. I don't remember.
That's cool. I want to learn how to use EQ8. I've had the software for quite a while, but I've done
Yeah.
very little with it.
I've had it for almost 3 years now, and I have done very little with it. There was one time I attempted to start to design a quilt, and as I was dealing with EQ8, I realized that it was going to be a lot easier for me to design in Excel because I was dealing with a whole bunch of tiny squares.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've used Excel to design a quilt. Another thing that Excel was not designed for.
Yeah.
It's just a big old digital graph paper.
Exactly.
Yep.
A friend of mine used Excel to design a cross stitch a couple of years ago that I think he ribboned at the state fair in New Hampshire.
Oh, that's
I think he ribboned for it. It was a picture of Godzilla destroying a house that said something like, "Please spare my home," or something like that.
cool.
Yeah, I've got
Weird.
a quilt 8. I've had it for about 3 years, and I've hardly ever really used it. It's the learn. I even bought books to teach myself how to use it, and it's
I
got
have the books too.
that steep learning curve. And I just haven't sat down and felt I wanted to sit down and spend that kind of time on really learning it. I'll use it for little mock-ups and things like that if I'm playing around.
Yeah.
Amber says, yay for me. Vortex panels are all sewn together. A1 to
Woohoo!
A4.
Oh, yay, Tammy.
Great job.
Love to hear it.
Shannon, do you have your vortex hanging up someplace?
I don't. I took
Do you have months 1 to 4 sewn together?
do, yes.
Yeah, that's I thought so. Okay.
Yeah. But that was hanging up where Scully is now.
So do you still have all of your papers on?
Yep. Yeah, have the papers still on. Aside from the seam allowance, I'm a keep the papers on all the way through person,
Yeah.
and then sit in front of the TV and veg and take all of it out.
Actually, I like that process. I know there's some people that really don't care for the taking the paper out part, but I enjoy that piece of it. It's like it's the end of the piecing part of the quilt.
Yeah. Oh, Ron's saying he wished wishes designers wouldn't use EQ8 because the measurements go wonky. I'm fine with designers using EQ8. I'm not okay with designers who just blindly believe that what they're getting is absolutely correct
Oh,
and
yeah.
they don't like proof or test. Like Steven's best friend, that chick.
Uh-huh.
I've had EQ8 try to tell me to cut 11-inch square out of a quarter of a yard of fabric.
Like, yeah, you have to proofread. You have to make sure it makes sense and tweak it because it's just a tool. You're
Yeah.
still human that's responsible for making sure it works.
Right, similar to using AI to apply for a
Write your
job.
resume.
Yeah, for your resume. Please, anybody that does that, proofread it.
I actually used AI just to see what it would do. And I said, design a quilt using half square triangles and some flying geese or something like that. And little sucker did.
Yeah.
It's pretty basic, but the instructions were pretty clear what to do. I was kind of like, oh my God, okay.
Legit Kit's magical white lines.
Yes. May Godzilla destroy this home last. Is that some kind of Irish blessing?
Oh, gosh.
I'm an idiot.
What happened this time?
Oh, I should have left some seam allowance on this piece, and I didn't. I just went right ahead and trimmed it up. And that was a stupid thing to do. Damn it. Okay, I'm going to get a pillow now. I'm going to bury my face in it, and I'm going to see more things.
Are we all about to get an education?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one I have screwed up. Arg. Maybe I should go turn my attention to something different.
What do you find like the easiest to do? Maybe do that for like 5 minutes.
Probably lay on the couch and watch TV.
There we go.
I found the picture of his Godzilla.
Where?
If you want to see if you can spotlight
Yep.
me.
Yep. Hold on just a
Hopefully
second.
it'll show up decently on the phone. I may have to turn off my lamp. In fact, I'll do that now just to get prepped.
Where we go? Where we go? Here we go.
Come on, focus. Focus camera. It won't focus.
There, you almost had it.
Come on, focus.
Come on, Harmonica. You gotta get down, buddy.
There. Leave it
There
there.
There we
it
go.
is.
Hey. Yep.
But yeah, he designed this in Excel and he learned to cross stitch just to do this.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And as you see, he got a ribbon for it.
That's cool.
Very cool.
And that was the Excel.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you go to a business school, you learn to do Excel, or you learn to make Excel do things that it wasn't intended to do.
Oh, you don't have to go to a business school. You just gotta be, you just gotta be expedient about the things you want to do. All right, I was gonna try to push through and get the rest of these, let's see, 6 pieces on, but my stomach is growling to the point where I'm going to be embarrassed. So I think
Go get yourself something to eat then.
I'm gonna warm up some Chinese food.
Ooh.
Harmonica is going to spend some time in camera. Hi, big boy. All right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go on mute for a little bit. I will leave the harmonica camera on so you can see the top of his noggin.
Oh, hi, harmonica.
Big goofball.
Oh, he just got comfortable.
Yes. All right.
Tamara says that Sew Line now has a gadget similar to the Acorn Precision Pen that you fill with
Interesting.
water to go over seams and remove paper. Oh. I was wondering when somebody else was going to come out with something like that. And Heidi says, ha, I was right.
And she said that she's seen that same caption using Cthulhu stomping houses.
Oh, Russ, was that at a fair or at a show?
It was the Deerfield county fair that he submitted that up in New Hampshire.
Okay. Cool.
Last year, was it last year? Year before? He did a project of, he took white dice with black pips and black dice with white pips. And he arranged them in a way to do Andrew Dice Clay, a portrait of Andrew Dice Clay.
Wow.
That's funny.
That was
Years ago, I saw
very
him
intense.
concert. Is he
You-
still performing?
I have no idea. Because he was popular when I was in high school, which was, a couple of years ago.
Yeah. It was quite a few years ago when I saw him. Can't believe it's almost 2 o'clock.
Oh, okay. So when Shannon gets back, I have to go take Riley on her walk before she starts to get upset.
Oh no.
She'll be fine.
Do you have a set schedule with her?
No, it's not set, but she also knows basically what day of the week it is, although she's been a little bit confused because I haven't been able to take her to daycare for the past 2 weeks. And like especially on my work from home days, she knows when 4:30 is coming around because that's when I log off, and she knows that she goes for her walk at 4:30. So she will start coming upstairs at 4:15 saying, "Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me." And she also knows that she gets her noontime walk at lunchtime. And that is also what helps make sure that I get my lunch break in, because she comes in saying, "It's time for our walk. It's time for our walk."
That's cute.
Walkies.
That's exciting when you get to see somebody in your hometown become ordained.
Oh, and
Although I can say that somebody that I went to high school with is now a country music star. So there's that too.
Really?
Yeah, I went, basically grew up with him, Lee Bryce.
Oh, cool.
He won all of the talent shows that we had in school. So,
Yeah, of course.
but
Of course he
it's always
did.
exciting to say, I knew him when he was, in kindergarten.
That's cute. And Nightbot wants us to get up and stretch.
I'm already up.
I've tried stretching. I'm still short.
Shannon,
Well, it
you're
was-
back.
I am. It was a good stretch, and it was a good some leftover shrimp and lobster sauce.
Ooh,
So that was
not the shrimp and mobster sauce that they had at Big Bang Theory.
I don't know. I didn't watch that.
Oh,
Maybe
well,
I'm not a
I can't
situational
guess.
comedy watcher.
I can't gaff too much because I still haven't seen the last season. It's been over for several years. But there were several scenes that had happened that a lot of us had joked that somebody obviously had to have met me in the past because it's a lot of what I do.
That's good. That's funny.
Yeah, like the whole "that's my spot" thing. I have my spot in the living room, and I know exactly why it's my perfect spot, and I've explained that. And then all of a sudden, Sheldon comes out with "that's my spot," and they do the whole like, I'm like, I've done that. And
So
how
one
he
of the writers has your house bugged.
has to the whole fact that he holds his breath in hospitals because he doesn't want to catch germs and things like that. And it just seemed to be every week we would watch it only to see, okay, how much of Russ are they figuring out how to parody this time?
That's awesome.
I mean, in my defense, it's a Warner Brothers show, and I work for Warner Brothers Discovery, so they could have just been bugging my cube the entire time.
Look at the kitty, so cute, so fluffy.
Harmonica still.
Yeah, I had gone into the kitchen, so apparently he had hopped down because I was not out here any longer. So there was no need for him to be here any longer. He followed me into the kitchen. And now he's back again.
Got to see what you were doing.
He's very put off by how much attention his brother has been getting
Yeah.
over the past month. He is not at all appreciative of all of the baby talk that Bass Drop has been getting.
So has Bass Trap, is he back to normal now, or is
Back to his little punk self. Yep. He's the smallest of the babies and he's the biggest troublemaker. He is. But they still, well, Harmonica I really think it's because Harmonica truly believes that I am his and that everybody else is just in the way. But Harmonica has not accepted the fact that he's actually back and would like him to leave again.
oh no.
So Harmonica will chase him away, which was not the case before he'd gone into the hospital. The two of them, shared bed space and shared attention. Not anymore.
Maybe Bass Drop smells different now.
Oh, when he got home from the hospital, they avoided him like the plague.
Oh,
They did
I've
not
heard that
like,
happens.
yeah. They did
My
not like how he
boss's
smelled.
cats, if one of them goes to the doctor, they hiss at them the entire 3 or 4 days after they come back.
Yeah. Yep. Not at all pleased with the smell of the medicines and the like he had his belly shaved and all, so I guess it's that's iodine, right, and all that kind of stuff. He just did not smell like himself, and they were not pleased with it.
Bass Drop.
Yeah, but he's back to normal with everybody else. Generally causing problems. attacking, like ambushing them from behind. He'll let them walk by them and then pounce, which is always funny. And
I love that.
he does the little like where his like lower jaw quivers when he's yammering at them to get them to play with him, only they don't find it amusing. He is a typical little brother. You're on my paper that I need, harmonica. There you go. Get comfy. There you go. All right. A to B. Stephen, are you back on track with the
I'm on the third try. Yep.
third time's a charm?
Yeah.
To ignore. Ingrid, does it look like it's going to rain out your way? It's getting cloudy down here.
Yeah, so it did. Danny was here earlier and he went home. He even turned the weather radio on for us. And it did get quite dark, but it never rained. But it looks like it's all clear now.
Okay.
We checked the weather forecast several times.
Checking to make sure.
Okay.
Oh, look how
What's that?
pretty. Just, I was just admiring it in the view.
Look at those teeth.
Right?
Okay, before I start some of these next things, I'm gonna have to go get Riley around the block and find me a bite to eat.
Yes, Ingrid,
Yeah.
Stephen, you guys both should do the same. Thank you for allowing me to do that. But yes, take the opportunity.
Okay, I will just set myself off of video. That way you don't have to look around and say, oh, wait, he joined back again.
Okay.
Shannon. This guy just took over my seat.
Oh, look at him. Oh, hold on. We gotta do the buddy show here for a second. Look at
Buddy
this.
show.
Oh, he's
The
so
squish him. Look at him.
baby. He's a baby.
Get up, get up for a second and he takes the warm spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, always.
You were merely warming it up for him. That's the deal.
Yeah. That's true.
Does he have claws?
Yeah.
Yeah, ours did too. When we first got her, I thought I was going to have her declawed. Then when I found out what they did to declaw them, I went, "Oh God, no! I'm not doing that."
Yeah.
What do they do?
They amputate them at the first knuckle. Like,
Yeah.
you take a look at your hand, it'd be like you losing the top of your fingers at the first knuckle.
Oh gosh.
We're just.
Yeah. It's not a pleasant.
No,
No, I would rather deal with putting the little toe cap things on their nails if I was that precious about anything in the house.
Yeah.
I tried that for a little bit with one of my pets. It was fun trying to get them on them every time because they come off eventually because their nails grow.
Yeah.
Right. But
like
yeah.
5 scratching posts all over the house for our Cleo. And she was
Yeah.
Haven't destroyed anything really at all. So she'd have moments where she'd reach out, you know how they do, and want to stretch, and with the nails coming out on the thing, you go, "Don't you do that."
Yeah, that I feel the same way about dogs and docking ears and tails, and
Yeah, that's cruelty.
I just don't see the need for it unless it's like something that has to happen for their health because we've screwed them up so bad by all of the inbreeding and rebreeding and all that stuff. Yeah, I want them to be au natural.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am saying this to just as forewarning. I can honestly say that I don't know if I will be able to last 8 hours today. After traveling to Pittsburgh and coming back from Pittsburgh, not that Pittsburgh is that far away, but the drive and the I feel like I'm starting to get a migraine and I feel very tired. So I don't know if I'm gonna make 8 hours. And I apologize ahead of time if I cannot. But yeah, I just I was thinking, oh, I need to eat. I just need to eat and I'll feel better. But I'm not sure.
It's a long haul, you know. Like,
Yeah.
really, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I'll get back in the zone and we'll see how it goes. And who knows, I might be just fine. But I didn't want to like surprise everybody if it did happen and I needed to like be like, oh, we're gonna need to call it.
Well, it should be fun, Shannon. It shouldn't be
Yeah.
Yeah.
hard on you. Oh, so Christy V said that she shadowed for Yvette when she was in high school. That's the first thing I watched was Declaw. I almost passed out. I promised I would never do that to one of my cats again.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, just hearing about it sounds horrible. I would certainly not want to witness that happening to a cat.
Yeah.
I think a lot of vets now, if you came in and asked them to do that, they would refuse.
Yeah.
Oh, I thank you guys very much for being understanding. Really, thank you very much. I like Heidi's ... like the pregnant pause. Aspirational. Yeah. I appreciate that. Ooh. Just frustrated with the fact that I'm not as young as I used to be.
Catherine says, I was watching a quilt stream and someone asked where they stored quilts. I answered, under the cat. Awesome.
Oh, you can see his little face starting.
Yep.
Oh, and under the cat it goes. No, he's
Missed it. Harmonica.
It's like Catherine spoke truth into that.
Yeah.
It went right under the cat. All right.
Shannon, Melissa Fieldhouse says hi.
Oh, hey, Melissa. Oh, it says hi to Steven and says, is that you, Ingrid?
The Shannon groupie.
I think harmonica is on my pen too. All right.
And do the cats ever get on your desk when you're working?
Yes, they've sent many a Teams message to coworkers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Buddy's like hit the, the reactions for the team's message. And then I have to explain, I did not just heart your message.
That was cat for understood.
Yep.
Ron, so it is really up to you. Some folks will remove all of the inner papers from the blocks inside and leave the like the edge, like the border blocks basically with their paper in to help kind of stabilize it for sandwiching, that kind of stuff. I am a lunatic and I like to keep the paper in to keep it. It does make it bulky. It was hard and unwieldy on Sail Away. That's an 8x8. But I do like the stability that it gives as I'm sewing all the rows together. It's kind of what you're feeling. I'm also nervous that I'm going to get it all put together. And actually on Sail Away, I did do this. I got it all together and then realized I had something upside down. And if I hadn't had the papers there to help me understand what I had done, I don't know that I would have been able to figure it out, well, as easily, at least. So I'm kind of a scaredy cat that way. All of that to say, you got to figure out what's going to work best for you. That's just the way I do it. And if you're like me and sometimes would just like somebody to tell you what to do, I understand how unsatisfying that answer may be.
But so Russ is doing that 1.5-inch border around his what is it? The Pro?
Ron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think once if it's complete and he has that border all the way around it, it should be good to take all the papers out,
Take
right?
all the papers out with the border on. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. But before you take the papers out, Ron, do a double check to make sure all your pieces are in the right spot.
Yep. Have a Walter or a Lauren look at it for you and tell you what you've messed up.
Yeah. Yes, he will.
If it's not your spouse, it's your child. Both are willing to tell you what you've done wrong.
That's
Or
when you
post it on social media because plenty of people that will be happy to point out.
With glee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, I'm getting bits of paper on here. That one piece that I had done, I actually ended up hand sewing it back in, but it's not often that a piece within a legit kit works in both directions. And that one just did. And I sewed it upside down for whatever reason. Probably late at night. Had to go back and fix it.
try not to do too much too late at night. Because then I'm undoing it and redoing it the next day.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a morning person when it comes to at least the things that you need to think. And
Yeah.
so if it's no thinking sewing, then we're good.
Yeah, I'm doing my best in the morning, first thing. By about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm starting to get tired. It's nap time.
Mhm.
Speaking of it. I'm very happy to say, though, I have now just gone beyond the spot where I had screwed up before on here.
Oh, excellent.
Yay!
Pressing. A piece that should have taken me probably an hour to complete, it's only taken about 2.5. And 1 minute. Yeah. These just better be damn stinking cute. So like,
Better be worth it in the end.
that's right.
Okay, look at Vortex Month 1 is done.
Yay! Oh, hold on a second. Let me. There we go. Oh,
Oh, wait a second, it's upside down.
love the greens.
Not that it matters, but
Looks nice. Looks good.
Love all the greens. Love all the points. So nice.
so I've got month 2 done. So now I can move to month 3. And what did we just get? Month 5, right?
Yeah.
That's
all
some catching up to do. Some of the blocks are nice and quick though, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the good thing about the block of the month one. It's not mind numbing.
So no, there's not like 37 pieces in one block.
Yeah. The new block of the month that they're coming out with in October, I'm interested to see how intricate. Like, are we ramping things up? Are we going to go a little bit more difficult? No.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it's yeah, smaller pieces. Thank you, Melissa. I don't know if I'm going to do the eyeball or not. That one's not really speaking to me.
Yeah. I will. I will do it, but I want to turn some of the tilly blues into either darker greens or make it more hazel like my eyes are. So golds and like light browns.
Mhm.
But I don't know. We'll see. Who knows where I'll be when that comes out?
So,
Is that due to come out? It's not going to be for a bit, right?
Oh, October is when sales are going to start.
Oh, seriously?
so how many kits do they have now? Do you know?
Almost at 50.
Oh my God.
I think they are in testing for Starry Night right now. I think that's 49.
Wow.
I'll have to go back and look. Yeah. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see the progression that it's made, because we worked at the show that we were at. We worked on Ursula Major, which is the mama and baby polar bears.
Yeah.
And to see just the color theory grow throughout all of them, from that's one of the earliest ones to now. It's pretty cool.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to do them. Nothing.
One of these days you'll do something like it, but it doesn't have to be legit kits.
Yeah. Well, I have done paper piecing before,
Oh, there you go.
but yeah. I don't like it. Well, I don't dislike it. I don't know.
It's not for like, that's the great thing about that. There's so many different techniques. You just find what works for you.
I love how you could just be so precise with paper piecing.
Yeah.
That's what I enjoy about it. I love the oranges.
Yeah. Month 5 is back into the deep greens, which I love because those are my colors. But it was fun to get into the oranges and the yellows.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Patty. Appreciate you for being here and hanging out and helping moderate while I'm completely focused elsewhere.
I'm so excited for you to be so close on Skulliver.
Yes.
Look who I convinced to come out.
Oh, kid.
Oh, baby.
So
Say hi, Percy.
hey, Percy.
Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. I want to see your squishy
Hello.
face. Look at those pretty eyes.
Oh,
Oh, baby.
cute.
Oh, so
Look, I love a
Percy
great.
girl.
I know.
So you give me a little lip.
He's not accustomed to getting attention all the time, and I've been giving him any attention that he's wanted since his brother passed.
Mm.
And I think he's starting to get a little arthritis, so he's not happy being picked up every now and then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cute.
Well, he is a
But he
beauty.
gets all the lovin's he wants.
On his terms.
Yeah. I mean, that's how Jesse was. It was only on his terms. Percy will have lovin's on anybody's terms usually. But since Jesse passed away, he hasn't wanted lovin's on any terms hardly.
Yeah.
Like our Cleo, she was the same way. When she wanted it, she'd let you know. But if you tried to put any with her when she didn't want it, she also let you know. Like,
Yeah.
I think not. Touch me again and you die.
Oh, I love his face.
Real quick.
Okay. It could just be Percy vision for
Yeah.
the rest of the afternoon.
Damn. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go put him back so he can have his lunch and hopefully drink some water because he hasn't really drank much today.
Oh, yeah. All right, last piece going on to the second section, and then the two sections get put together. This is,
Drum roll.
yeah.
Awesome.
drum roll. Well, Heidi, I'm glad that the incorrect, like the not right autocorrect was Drew roll and not dumb roll. That would have made me do a double take. What she call me? Oh, and round two, it was saying hi to everybody. Working on some projects. Round two, it's Shirley, right?
Yep.
Yes. Hi, Shirley.
Hi, Shirley. Hi, Shirley.
Shirley is in Canada.
Yep, she's out west in Alberta, I believe.
Okay, I'm about to ask the most American stupid freaking question ever.
There's Canada. Yeah.
No, that I do know. But did Canada have the same kind of exploration activities happening going from east to west?
What do you mean?
Well, we had like the whole like, you know,
You mean
Lewis,
like
well, maybe you don't like Lewis and Clark, you know, checking out to the west coast and all that kind of stuff. And then
we didn't
No.
really, we had like, okay, Champlain and Cartier came, and Champlain founded Quebec, right, in the east coast of Canada. And then it's sort of like few people moved into Ontario because we had upper and lower Canada. And Ontario, the part of Ontario that I live in was considered in that part is upper Canada. Because it was upriver on the St. Lawrence, and lower Canada was Montreal, Quebec, and that kind of thing. And that's what we were. The East Coast right through to Ontario was basically Canada. And then part of the deal was, in order to unite from coast to coast, there were people that moved out to the western provinces. A lot of Ukrainian people went out to the west, out to the BC. They built the railroad. That was part of the deal. In order to be part of Canada, that were the other ones out west in British Columbia, they wanted to have a connection to the rest, and that's why they did the railroad. But we didn't have really a Lewis and Clark. We had a rebellion in Manitoba, the Red River Valley Rebellion with Louis Riel. He was the Métis, which were a nation of the French and the native population kind of a thing out there. So Canada just sort of oozed together. I mean, we didn't really have any, the only big revolution we may have had, we had the Upper Canada Rebellion, but that like was more political than anything else. It didn't last long. Like,
Yeah.
We had, of course, the Plains of Abraham, which was back in the 1700s, which was the English against the French, who was going to get things, and the French sort of lost, but the English didn't have the power to really take complete control. So in order to keep the peace, they said to the French, you know, you can keep your customs, you can keep your religion, you can keep your language, but we're the people that own you. Basically, it's our government. Okay. That's why we have a French-speaking province in Canada. So yeah, we just oozed a little bit, but the Americans did try to come in 1812 and try to get us. We beat them.
Yeah.
As we had this very famous lady who was a spy, and she let the Canadians know when the Americans were coming, but her name was Laura Secord. You may know her for her chocolates, because that's how she did it. She passed through the woods with a box of chocolates to the Americans and got them all hyped up on sugar, and then we killed them. So
alrighty.
Yeah, little known fact about Canadian history there with Laura Secord passing the chocolates through the ranks.
I like it. That's cool.
We have a very tame history. I mean, we've had some rebellions. We had a political assassination, you know, way back in the 1800s. One of our prime ministers got it. That was during the Métis uprising and stuff like that. Louis Riel, not Revel, Riel, and yeah. We're just, you know, kind of went from one province to another going, want to become part of Canada? Sorry. Yeah.
it's just amazing to like, obviously you can't learn all the history in your 12 years of schooling before you go away to college or university or whatever. But it always kind of shames me how little Americans know about what's north of us or what's south of us from general classes that you are taking. Like, I feel like we should know more than we do.
American history is more interesting to study than Canadian. I mean, Canadian history is basically politics. Like, we don't have like a revolution, we didn't have a civil war, you know, like I said, we just kind of oozed together. But and I remember in high school, I liked history in high school, but I mean, Canadian history was boring. I liked the American history better. It was more interesting.
More strife.
Yeah, basically. More violence, you know, things like that.
We're the annoying little brother. That's why we're pains in the ass.
Well, I don't know if you're the little brother.
Uh,
Catherine's asking, do kids learn French in school? Yes, Catherine, to a point. It depends on which province you're in Ontario. I had to take French right up to grade 11 and basically failed most of it. I was horrible in languages. We do have here in Ontario, well, across Canada, there are French immersion schools, which in some ways are a really good idea because we are considered a bilingual country. But the vast majority of Canadians speak English, we only have a smidgen maybe of French. And the further out you go from Quebec out towards the west, the less there is of it. I'll give you an example. Years and years and years ago, like 40 years ago, Walter and I did our first cross-country car trip from Ontario right across to BC and back again. And we get to Winnipeg. And Winnipeg has a very famous intersection of two streets. It's supposed to be the windiest place in Canada. At least in those days, used to say it was. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. Anyways, we weren't sure where this intersection was. And we asked a cab driver or somebody about it and said, we'd like to go to the corner of Portage and I think it's Maine. And he looked at us and went, Portage, Portage. You see, it's AGE on the end of a word in Ontario or Quebec. We'll give it the French pronunciation and we'll go right, not age, right? So if you see the cars that are called Portage, well, we call it Sportage. You know, it just sounds so much more sophisticated. It's like Target.
Yeah.
And that, but out west, no, that's Portage. There is no port. We don't speak none of the guy sisters. We don't speak none of that goddamn frog out here. So,
wow, some feelings about that.
yeah, that was 40 years ago. But yeah, the kids learn French and they start the French in some places here in Canada. They will start French as early as kindergarten. Which I think is probably a very good thing. I just wish I'd had a better head for languages, but I just don't. I have this mental block. In fact, Walter and I years later took as adults conversational French at night school because we thought, you know, this would be something we should really do this. And, you know, at night school, you're with adults and things, you know, your attention span's a little greater. You know, it wasn't. Only thing I learned in that class was how to make an omelet. That was the last class. We all went to the home ec room because we're having a class dinner, and our French teacher showed me how to make a proper omelet. And I still do. To this day, I remember that. Always make a proper omelet. But the only other phrase I learned was comment allez-vous, which is, you know, comment ça va? Comment allez-vous? Which nobody uses.
Right.
Because we were learning Parisian French, not Quebecois. So.
Oh, that is a big difference.
Yeah.
I remember in you had to take foreign language in high school, and I was taking Spanish, and we were definitely learning Spain Spanish, not like Latino Spanish, which was what everybody spoke growing up where I grew up. It was South American, Central American, not as prim and proper as Spain Spanish.
Well, that's the same with Parisian French. And
Yeah.
the Parisians will not. If you notice when Nadine is on, and when she lives, if anybody speaks to her in French, but they have it like Canadian style French, she will kind of give you this look like, what are you saying? All right. Oh, Jack is her cousin teaches French immersion in Oshawa. Well, that's where I live, is Oshawa. So, you know the name of the school, Jackie?
When I was in high school, I took French, and one of the students, he moved to the States from Quebec, and he took French class and failed his first semester of French.
Yep, because he wasn't.
Because he was doing the Quebecois French and not the, Parisian.
Yeah. Yep. And when you go to Quebec, if you start to speak like Parisian French to them, they will, depending on the political climate of the day, sometimes they're more receptive in Quebec to English and switching right over, and they can without any problem. But if it's one of the years where they've decided they want to play around with the idea of separatism again, then they will pretend they don't understand the words you're saying, and they'll just they won't even respond to you. So it's a funny place, Quebec. It really is. They're very unique from the rest of Canada, and they keep it that way. And not just in language, but in everything. They have different rules in Quebec for different things that might all be the same across Canada, but not in Quebec. If you look at it, lottery tickets or contests, say that, except where void in Quebec.
Oh, wow.
There's always that retainer there. Yeah. We have a love-hate relationship with the Quebec people. We love to hate them. Yeah, we don't really hate them. Oh, Jackie doesn't know what school it is. Yeah. But we have a big refugee problem happening right now. And yeah, our prime minister decided, yes, if you want asylum, come here to Canada. But what he didn't do was find them places to live, provide them with enough money to live, make it easy for them to find jobs, things like that. So they've all gone to the big cities, and usually most of them are in Toronto, and Toronto's already a broken city and it hasn't got any money. It can't. Its shelters are overflowing now with just our regular people who are homeless and everything.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's a really bad situation. And both the provincial government and the federal government are turning their backs on it, but the federal government's the one that created the problem in the first place. So yeah. I used to
that's a crazy thing to think about, provincial and federal, like the two different.
Well, sort of like what you guys have. You have
I was gonna
state,
say, it's not much different between state and fed.
Yeah.
state, and federal. So we have federal, but the only problem is our provinces don't have probably as much power as your state governments do.
Yeah.
But that doesn't stop them from bitching. So yes, Catherine, that's unfortunately very true of a lot of things in this country. Like I said, We love to hate the French. But if
And
you,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab a bite to eat.
Good, good.
But if you ever want a holiday where you don't really want to fly over to Europe, but you want a European feel, go to Quebec City. Because it's like you're in Europe.
Yeah. Need to go back to thinking about a good travel bucket list. Now the kids are so much, older, working, doing their own stuff.
You can go and have some freedom.
Go do whatever.
Yeah.
Of course, now, after having flown so much for work and just in general flying, I haven't flown in so long. Now I have an absolute dread and phobia of it. So I'm like, well, that's going to put a kink in things.
Yeah, it will. Susan's here. Hi, Susan.
Hey, Susan. Catherine
Hi,
says
Susan.
he adores Canada.
Yeah, so do I.
Kind of partial to it.
I am.
I just like that song from Avenue Q where he's talking about his girlfriend who lives in Canada.
Everybody knows her. What's her name? Oh, Helen. Helen of Canada. No.
I can't remember that because she's from Alberta. Can't remember what he said her name was, but I know she's from Alberta.
Yeah, each province is a little bit unique in Canada too, and like the Westerners do not like us in Ontario. So, because we control the purse strings of this country. And they don't like that.
All the political intrigue.
Oh, yeah. But it's like, it's like different states. Every state has its flavor. It's the same with Canada, the provinces.
Do have their flavor.
I just love being able to pick and choose the flavors that I like to act from where I've lived.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Artist McLaughlin is not far, Jackie, from where I live. I know it fairly well. They keep rotating around what schools end up being French immersion. So, and yeah, it was a high school. And it is a high school, so they may be French immersion now. I don't know. I mean, I've been out of the board for 11 years, so I don't know what they're doing. They don't call me anymore to ask me what they think what I should tell them to do. So. I have a friend who I just found out is a principal at one of the high schools in our area. I wasn't sure when she became principal, but Walter Force did some research, as he does, and found out she's been a principal for a year at a school not too far away from us. And you see, after I retired, I worked with her for years and things like that. And after I retired, well, I'm nobody to her, you know,
Oh,
the ladder upright. And not that I ever had any real power or anything, but well, I was a known entity in the board for things. And so she dropped me like a hot potato. And she's only got about 5 years before she retires. And I'm just waiting until she's going to find out that once you retire from your job, the only time you're important in your life, you can be whatever you want to be in whatever job you do and rise to the top. But once you leave that job, no one cares. You're not important anymore. You're really not important in anything. But I said to Walter, I'm just going to tell her, well, you know, you will become a retired principal. No one will care. You'll be lost to history. However, I'm a YouTube sensation, so I will go on forever. Oh, I am a legend in my own mind. But
that was a hard thing for my dad to, because he had been a principal, elementary school principal, had been president of the teachers union stuff, like all of the stuff, and then retired and was like, huh, I really don't matter. Like,
nope, nobody
that's
cares.
all going to continue without me.
Yeah. I was a department head in 2 schools. For 2 schools, I opened 2 brand new schools in capacity in administration, and as that and the whole bit. I was on all kinds of board committees. I'm a qualified principal, except I never became a principal because, God, that's a job from hell. So I stopped when I was ahead. That's what I always told people.
I'd have been fired as a principal so fast.
Yeah. And you want to know something? It's like, who? I'm nobody.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Like I said, YouTube sensation. Yeah, that's what I'm building on. But really, it does make you like realize too, you know, you spend all that time, if you're one of those kind of people that's a ladder climber in whatever profession you're in or everything like that. But in the long run of things, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Take that vacation.
Yeah.
Do that thing. Yeah.
No, Jackie's dad is from Toronto. You have my condolences. Toronto's just starting to become more like what New York City was like in the 80s, the 70s, the 80s.
Full of cocaine and prostitution and cool dance clubs.
You know, drug addicts on the streets, homeless people, guns, violence, race riots,
Oh,
on the subway. You know, come to
God.
Toronto if you dare.
Sounds unappealing.
It is. It's a broken city. They've had no leadership over the last 10 years or longer. It's they're don't have any money for anything. It's just, it's not what Toronto the Good was at one point in time. And it's the fault of the politicians more than anything else.
I keep burning my fingers. Iron is no joke. All right, I'm gonna go get the block to sew this one up against.
Is asking how many people live in Toronto. Well, the greater Toronto area, there's about 4 million with that. And I said greater Toronto area because there are satellite communities, but they're part of the government of Toronto. So like the main Toronto, the center hub of Toronto is about 3.2, 3.4 million people. It is the largest city in Canada. Now, I know in the States, you've got cities that are much bigger than that.
Yes.
I heard a kitty.
Oh, it's Harmonica. He's back on the other side. Can't keep up with you, cat.
Catherine asked me, have you ever done the Trans-Canadian train to BC? Oh God, no, kill me now. Oh, you want to talk about something that would bore me to tears? That would be it. There's only one thing that would bore me even more, an Alaskan cruise. I know lots of people going, but the scenery's lovely. Yes, it is for the first 10 minutes. After that, it's more of the same. It's just, oh my God. If I have to look at one more glacier or one more mountainside, kill me now. I'm not a nature person. Can you tell? Well, I like nature. You know, I like trees. I like flowers. That's great. Adds a little color. But if I'm spending all that money to go on a cruise or on a train across Canada, no. You better make sure the bar car is open 24/7.
Well, hello, Harmonica. Are those blocks comfy for you?
Well, then you know what I'm talking about, Catherine. It's beautiful to behold, but if you see it for more than 10 minutes, you're kind of like, what's next?
It's like I grew up right outside of DC, and all the family would come and visit, and they would all want to go see all the things in DC. And I'm like, how many times do I need to see the Washington Monument,
Yeah.
the Capitol building, Lincoln Memorial? It's the same. The dude doesn't move from his chair. It's
No.
not that exciting.
It's like with the here in Atlanta, the World of Coke everybody wants to go to. I'm like, how many times do I have to drink the Beverly?
Yeah. Yeah, or when they come to Ontario, yeah. Can we go? We want to see Niagara Falls. Oh God. Walk around the washroom when it's plugged up and you'll see if Niagara Falls, no problem, same thing. It's a little bigger. Susan says she was.
There was momentary panic in the household. Bass drop started like kind of gagging like he's doing right now. But it was just a hairball, just a normal, regular, because he's been grooming himself like crazy after 2 weeks of not being able, 3 weeks not being able to. And so we were very elated to just see a big gross thing of hairball. Yeah. but everybody like froze. Like, why is Bass Drop doing that?
Well, you know why they call it Susan God's Country? Because nobody else wants it.
All right, big boy, I need you to move because I need to get to that block. Yes, that's the one I need. No, you got to go the other way. There you go. Sparkles all over everything.
Guessing obsessive grooming he's been doing has been offsetting the fact that he's been eating the sensitive tummy.
Little dude. All right. 3 to 4. Stephen, is there anywhere in the world that you haven't gotten to travel to yet that you'd like to go to?
Yeah. Japan. Can't think of really any other place. We've been to a lot of places. I know where I want to go again is Australia, of course.
Yep.
We'd like to go to Holland again. We haven't been there many years, and that's Walter's family's roots in Holland. I have no desire to go to Mexico or South America or anything like south of the US border kind of a thing on that. I have been to Mexico as in like a day trip from San Diego to Tijuana, where
Okay.
9 o'clock in the morning, we were greeted when we got off the bus with, hey, senor, we have cold beer and women. Okay, still wrong on too many levels. One, I don't drink at 9 in the morning, and yeah, I don't do women. Bye-bye.
What if he said cold beer and men?
Well, different.
Sponsored, but
still don't-
totally
I still don't do beer at 9 o'clock in the morning.
different.
We had the best tacos though in Mexico. We asked the bus driver. I said, we would like to try some authentic Mexican food, not the stuff that, you get Tex-Mex or that kind of stuff. Like he sent us to a hole in the wall. Literally, it was a hole in the wall on a street corner. He said, all the bus drivers eat there. He says, it's really good. Well, we kind of looked at the place and went, you sat outside kind of on these little, kind of like bar stools up to this kind of rickety old countertop.
Those are the best places.
And it was fantastic. And it cost us $3 American.
Mhm.
We had a lot to eat and, and that kind of thing. So yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Nice.
But I don't know what it is about. I don't have any desire to go south of the border, of the American border. We've done most of Europe. We've done the Scandinavian countries. We have been to Russia, but only to St. Petersburg, and that was for it was from a cruise that we did that. Of course, Australia, New Zealand, because we've been to Australia 3 times now. We love it. Been to Singapore. Been to China.
Oh, cool.
Been to Egypt. There isn't any other place in Africa I would like to go to. And Egypt is one of those places you should maybe do it once in your life when you're young. See the pyramids, see the Sphinx, get the hell out. It was an interesting tour because we did a Nile River cruise on that one. So we went from Cairo down to Luxor and that was interesting. That was, like I said, though, it was a good trip, but once in my life is enough for that.
Yeah.
Where else have we been? Everywhere in Canada, of course, except for Newfoundland and the territories. We'll get to Newfoundland someday. Kind of want to go there, but Newfoundland is something you really got to plan for. You either have to fly there, and then you have to get a rented car. And Newfoundland's not very highly populated either. I mean, everything's concentrated pretty much in their their capital city. And then from there, it's very rural. And if you're into nature and all that kind of stuff, I hear it's very, very beautiful. And the people are absolutely lovely. Unless you're from Quebec. And there's no reason to go to the territories because, no, that's like an Alaskan cruise. No, not doing that. And yeah, so I think the only place is that I wouldn't mind going to. There was at one point in our life where we thought we might like to go to India, but the scammers have put me all off that now. So, and yeah, I don't think we'll ever go there. I've been to Turkey, Istanbul. Did I say Singapore? I think so. Singapore is fantastic. That's someplace I'd go back to, is Singapore. It's really, really a neat place. We've been to Vietnam. That was on a cruise kind of a thing. That's not someplace I'd run back to. Hong Kong is fantastic. Well, I'm not sure what Hong Kong's like right now. When we went, Hong Kong was still still a British colony kind of a thing. But now, of course, they're part of the mainland China. So
Yeah.
How that has changed things or that. China's a very interesting country. It's the people are nice. We didn't have any problems or anything when we were in China. It was, it's a vast country. I forget how many flights we had to take, internal flights for the places we're going. We were on an organized tour when we did that. So I've been on the Great Wall of China. And that was interesting because outside of Beijing is one part of where the wall is. And that's kind of a entryway for tourists and things like that to it. But there were Chinese ladies dressed to the nines, like dressed like you'd look at business people in downtown New York City, wearing really high heels, walking the wall. I don't know how they did it, because
Wow.
places on the wall, it goes almost straight up. And it's not like stairs and things like that cut into it. It's it can be very treacherous. You got to watch it when you're walking parts of the wall. So, but they didn't seem to have any problem. They are right up there, and I had to admire them.
Huh.
They were nice shoes too, but loving your shoes.
Not my idea of hiking attire.
No, not really. What do I need now? So yeah, I've seen a lot, and that we've traveled a lot, but yeah, Japan I think might be interesting.
Would you see different cities in the country, or is there like just a specific spot you want to see?
I think I would, if we were to go, I think we would probably look into it like an organized tour.
Mhm.
You know, like of course Tokyo, and you know, what if you go on an organized tour, you're going to see the things that you should see. Yes, I know people say yes, but if you go on a tour, you're not getting a real flavor for the country. I don't care about that, really. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. I just want to see these places, and that is fine. I'm not into, okay, let's get a backpack and go and hobnob it with the locals. No.
You want the highlights.
Yeah. I am a tourist. And then, of course, you get the people who say, but you don't really see and get a flavor for the real country. I got enough of a flavor. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, Catherine says that when they were Newfoundland, they went to St. Pierre and which are both actually not part of Canada. They're part of France. They should be part of us. I don't know why they're not, but they're French territories. And so they are not Canada, even though they are in Canada.
Oh.
Sort of like Alaska. It should have been ours, but for some reason our country said, yeah, the Americans have it. Take it from the Russians. Bye-bye. So
You all had enough pretty frozen land.
I guess, yeah. I went, oh God, another ice cube. Yeah, right. Well, I remember when I was in high school in the 70s, the big prediction was that within, 20 years or whatever, we were all going to be absorbed by the Americans. We'd just be the 10 new states of the United States. Didn't happen.
Wow.
And Catherine says we wanted Alaska to be Canada too. Well, it kind of made sense because of its location, but I watch sometimes cruise YouTube channels, and it never ceases to amaze me. There are people who get on Alaskan cruises, but they get on the ship in Vancouver and they don't think they need a passport, like Americans. They don't think they need a passport because they're going to Alaska. Well, no, you're in Vancouver. To get that's Canada. Yes, you need a passport.
Yep.
I mean, there was a day and an age when here in Ontario, we could just cross in Niagara Falls and to the American side, and all you needed was your birth certificate with you or a
Yeah.
driver's license. But no, now, of course, and for many years, it's been that we have to have a passport to get in. So, and Americans could come across too at that time as well. Same thing for them. But 9/11 fixed that all up for us all.
Yeah, it changed a lot of all that.
I have my last Lilacia blocks done.
Oh, good job. Oh, hold on a second. Let me show you off. Oh, hold on. Right.
It's 4 of these half square triangles, which are 9.5 inches.
Hmm.
And then 4 of these giant flying geese,
Oh my God.
Wow.
which I
That's
think
a
they're
super
18.5
size.
inches.
That's not a flying goose. That's a whole flock.
Yeah. So now I got to figure out where my finishing pattern is to get it put together.
Oh, yeah, that'll help. Could go back and watch Stephanie's video on it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do before I put it to, although she didn't show putting it all together. She just gave it a couple tips.
Yeah.
Well, I finally finished the first gnome in this table runner.
Oh,
Say he is cute on the 3rd try.
I want to see.
Just have to switch my camera.
Oops.
Oh, it's so cute.
Only 4 more to go of him and the borders and all the other pieces that go onto this. Sort of like a legit kit, except for machine embroidery.
Yeah,
But he's
adorable though.
he's cute.
He's
Yes.
giving 70s flower child vibes.
Yeah, well, I'm using Tula Pink in him, so, or the whole thing. So, yeah, this will be a gift at Christmas time for the owner of the quilt store I go to, because she loves gnomes like I do. So,
That's nice.
okay, so I have got to get ready for my live.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and with Russ and with Ingrid and Donna and everybody and Stephanie while she was on.
It was fun. It was fun. It interrupted my nap time, but it was fun. No, but I'm an old man. We nap all the time. Even sometimes when we look like we're awake. We're not. We're asleep. We know how to do this with our eyes open. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, Shannon and Russ and all the other people out there. I'm going to go and get my equipment set up. So those of you that want to abandon, I mean, take a little, just a little
Little
time,
hiatus.
Shannon. You know where I am. Okay. We'll see you guys later.
See you, Steven.
Steven, bye. Steven goes live at 4 o'clock. So another half an hour, and I will not be sad or mad should you all go and give him a watch. I
He
will
is
be doing it
very
too.
entertaining.
Yeah. If I weren't doing this, I would be watching him too. So I get it. All right. Did you find the instructions?
Oh, I know where the instructions are. It's sitting on my printer upstairs, and I haven't decided to go upstairs yet.
Oh gosh.
I mean, I can also Google them and view them on my PC over here, but
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right, because the patterns are free from Fort Worth, right?
yeah, these are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm doing that whole debate of, do I want to start putting it together today, or do I want to do that next weekend because it's a long weekend next weekend?
Yep. I love those little internal, compromises.
Yeah.
Hmm. Getting my seam allowances correct for this put together of the block I just did with the block I did last week, or no, earlier this week. Wow. Like the days all just run together.
That's how things were with me when the pandemic started, and I wasn't going into work, or I was working from home, and I had no idea what day anything was because everything was shut down. So it was, and when you're doing the exact same thing every day at work, and it's a project that's not moving as quickly as you want it to go, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And that's also not discounting the days that we also worked Saturday and Sunday because of the projects that we had to go through.
Oh. No, thank you.
It's
No
because our
weekend
team
work.
refuses to fail.
What was that?
Our team refuses to fail, so we will put in the extra hours in order to make sure we don't fail.
Okay, so the argument could be made. Why were you not able to do it within the work week? What are they not giving you to get it done in the time?
They didn't give us time. No, they didn't give us the time. We did what is normally a 3-year project in 9 months.
Ugh.
So, and it was on a technology we had no background in, so we did both try to figure out how to learn the technology, learn the way that it's being implemented, learn how to make sure that mapping is done. That's the reason why I have an Excel workbook that goes out to column like GD. So I was learning crazy Excel stuff to make sure that it was mapping correctly. And like the first 2.5 testing cycles were just a abysmal nightmare. But we were the first, we went from having the worst first testing cycle to being the first group to have 100% mapped correctly. Let me rephrase that: 100% mapped. It may not have been correct, but it was 100% mapped.
Yeah.
And we just pat ourselves on the back because it just shows that we go through all the efforts to make sure we do it right. But yeah, they did not give us the time in order to get it done during the week, and that's the thing. And it was upper management decisions that said we need to have this done in 9 months.
Ugh.
And the consultants were even like, that's not possible. But we somehow did it. And then there was another project, I think it was 9 or 10 years ago now. The consultants were idiots. They did not know, or we later discovered they did not know the technology that we needed it written in. And they just looked at a printout of the Excel sheets and said, oh yeah, we can do this, not understanding all the code behind it.
Yeah.
So they ended up having to write what they thought it was. And then one of my coworkers and I, we would rewrite everything just like they spent the time to get things close enough to right, but then we had to go back and fix everything to make it right. And I was like, this is just a giant piece of crap. And they ended up sub-hiring a consultant to do one of the schedules in that system. And it was it was a nightmare schedule. And they still hired somebody who got it done. And we never had a chance to go in and look behind him. So when they decided to build a new system and I didn't have the bandwidth to build it myself, we ended up hiring the company that he works for, and specifically him. And right after they signed all the paperwork, I ended up having to do a change in that schedule. And I said, I'm sad that we hired him because this is a nightmare. It's unmaintainable as well.
Oh no.
And as he started building the system, I said, why don't you do it like this? I've already done things like this. This is easy to maintain. And I can plop new systems in there by doing like 2 lines of code. So he said, no, it's easier to do it the way that he does it. And he ended up building this extremely unmaintainable pile of dog poo.
Oh no.
And I spent 5 evenings starting with some of the shell that he built. So he built, all the basic connections and layouts and stuff like that. So I did that. And I started putting in what I said should be the method. And in 5 evenings, I had something built that worked, and it worked against 5 different applications. And what he had built was barely working against one.
Oh no.
And I went to my to our director and said, hey, why are we dealing with this when he's not listening to me? And the answer was, we've already spent too much money. We can't change it. And that system was never used. So we spent
all that money
a
for
large
no
amount of money for a literal piece of stinky dog poo.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. When, if they had started with the design that I had come up with and the methodology, it would have been done a lot faster. We could have put it against any application and people may or may not have still used it.
Hi, Ingrid.
Ingrid's back.
Hello. What'd I miss? Stephen's gone.
Yep, Stephen headed out because his live is going to be starting.
All right.
Why does that piece not want to play nicely? Everything else is lining up but one piece, and I'm to the point where that one piece is just going to live not lined up. But it's driving me insane.
Are you putting that last quadrant together?
Yeah. I'm very angry at this last piece.
Hey, Susan. Hi, Denise.
Susan's asking, very poorly spelled, where am I from? I currently live in the greater Atlanta area in a city called Marietta, just northwest of Atlanta. However, in the past, I've lived in Western Massachusetts, Eastern Massachusetts, and Central South Carolina. So besides that, where you ask where I'm from.
I've never lived anywhere but Maryland.
You sound so disappointed.
I really did think when I was younger that I would get out, travel the world. I'd be the one that got out of town. And that is not what happened. And now I'm like, screw the world. Oh, it's going to drive me absolutely freaking bonkers. Why?
Oh, Flowery Branch is fun, Denise. They have a outlet mall up there that I like to go up to. I think no, well, no, wait, sorry. Flowery Branch isn't quite that far, it's a little bit further. Commerce is where the outlet malls are, which is near Flowery Branch. I think. I don't know Georgia geography.
You sounded so confident.
Yeah, I
Well, I
believed it.
started out as confident, and then I'm like, I don't know. Something doesn't sound right. I'm going to pull up the maps. Oh, no, Flowery Branch isn't even where I thought it was. So, yeah, no. I have a story with Flowery Branch, but I don't remember what the story is. There's something sticking in my head related to Flowery Branch. Yeah, Flowery Branch isn't far from Dahlonega, but then again, neither am I. And Atlanta is an hour away from Atlanta. That's the sad part about living here is just about anywhere that you want to go, it's no, it seems like no matter what, it's an hour away.
Okay. So how far is Dahlonega from where you are? You won't have to go too far, huh?
Yeah, I think when I looked it up, it said about an hour, 15 minutes.
Oh, nice. You're gonna have so much fun, Russ.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. Catherine's asking about the lake north of Atlanta. That's Lake Lanier. And then the lake that's on the other side, which is nowhere near as big as Lake Allatoona. And something that I did learn shortly after moving to Georgia is there are no natural lakes in Georgia. It's all the lakes that we have are man-made.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Pretty cool how you can make lakes.
Especially as big as they are. We had a drought session a few years ago, and the water level on one of the lakes got so low you could start seeing the tops of some of the buildings that they flooded to make lakes. And there was a speedway up there that started being uncovered and everything. Weird.
Oh my word. That is weird.
Yeah, somebody usually pays the price for man-made lakes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You little kid. I don't know how I did it, but after all that complaining and even pinning and saying that it wasn't going to line up, it somehow lined up.
Nice.
So, yay me.
Just that good.
Yeah. I'll take it. Bless you, Sadie.
I have not been to Okefenokee, Jackie.
Oh, hell. Okey Finoki. The heck is that?
I have no idea. I've heard of it somewhere, probably in a song or something, but I've no concept of where it is. Now, the Chattahoochee is right down the street from me.
So say,
You
that
know-
sounds just as fun to say as Chattahoochee. Okefenokee and Chattahoochee. Oh, yes.
I feel like Okefenokee is a swamp in whatever I know it from.
Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee.
Where it gets hotter than Hoochie Coochie.
Yes.
We laid Georgia, we laid rubber on the Georgia asphalt. We got a little crazy, but we never got caught. Yeah, like I said, the Chattahoochee River is. I would joke if somebody wanted, like when I would give certain friends directions, I would tell them to get off the exit, and I would tell them to go through the woods and over the river, and then turn right. And it was just hysterical. So like, wait, isn't that to grandma's? I said, no, to grandmother's house, it's over the river and through the woods. And then, when they find out that it's the Chattahoochee River, if they were from out of town, like when my family came to visit, they were like, wait, is that the same Chattahoochee as in the song? I'm like, yep, it's the same Chattahoochee.
Yes, it is. That's exciting.
That was Alan Jackson, right?
Yes.
Good call. I couldn't have told you who that was.
I can sing easily with the song when it starts on the radio, but trying to pull it from memory is a little bit harder.
I think you did very well there, Russ. No.
All right. Clapper that up. Oh, okay. Okay. Have fun. Love you. Now I have the house to myself. Whoa. All right. So here we go. Let me spotlight.
Ooh.
So this is the block I just did, attached to the block on that row of C.
That didn't want to line up properly.
Look at those teeth.
Yeah, makes me laugh. And then as soon as Monica gets up, excuse me, sir. Nope, I need this. I do. I really do. Then I'm adding it right now as we sit here. I'm going to add it to this piece. And that will be the fourth quad done. And then we'll sew the seams up.
Awesome.
Nice.
Whew. And I think once I do that, I will probably be done for the day. I think I'm gonna have to call it. I think I'm gonna have to call it. Hopefully that's not gonna take me 3 hours to do, and I would just end when I was gonna end anyway. There is that possibility though. Double check to make sure I'm actually, yeah, okay, that's the right way.
Is my machine loud? You hear
What?
it?
Shane.
What machine?
No, ma'am.
Yo.
For Melissa's question, I just Googled it, and that's the Tallahatchie Bridge that Billy Joe jumped off.
Oh,
Billy Joe McAllister jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge.
why Billy Joe go and do a thing like that?
I don't know.
His friends did too.
Yo, he's a hold my beer bro, huh?
Sorry. I hope he's okay.
If Billy
Is that
Joe
from-
jumped off a bridge, would you?
I
Is that
would
from a song? Is that like a Janis Joplin song or something? I feel like that's
It was oh, and I already missed who it was. Song is from Bobby Gentry. Bobby Gentry.
gotcha.
How would we have survived without Google all those years?
Tell you, we just
Wow. Before Google, we had Encyclopedia Britannica.
Instead of Encyclopedia Britannica, we had those little grocery store encyclopedias that were like 100 pages that they bought, that mom and dad bought at, I think it was Winn-Dixie that they ended up buying them.
that is adorable.
And it was, every month they had a new edition come out. So it took us a while to get all 12 editions that they probably put out.
Wait, Mrs. Crawford, we can't have homework on V yet because we don't have that edition.
Exactly.
Nothing about Venezuela. Nothing.
And of course, they were like, Oh, there were visual ones as well, so they had lots of pictures. So I enjoyed reading them. I know one day I'm going to end up hopping into an antique shop and seeing the entire set and say, I need to buy those.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I just broke my needle.
Uh-oh.
Oh. You have all the pieces?
Frizzle frazzle. Huh. You got something. No, I don't think I have all the pieces either.
Uh-oh.
Where's your magnet?
There it is.
Okay.
I see it.
Yeah, Russ, I think my mom probably still has all of the Encyclopedia Britannica books. She does not get rid of anything.
Yeah, we lost a whole bunch of stuff combined between mom and dad getting divorced and then mom throwing all the stuff that she took from the house into storage and then losing the storage. The storage thing from not paying. So there's things that we've lost, and then I'll see something in an antique shop. I'm like, we had this growing up. And then I see
Yours.
the price and I'm like, no, I don't have that much nostalgia over it for them to pay like $100 for this canister set or something like that.
Yeah.
What a pain in the tuchus.
Was it a thick seam? Were you going through it?
Yeah. Yeah, and I've got to tear it back a little bit to get the point of the needle out
Oh, oh,
because it's still
goodness.
attached into like the.
You did a good job there.
Yeah, I don't know how that. Like, how did it keep stitching? Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. I think that's my sign that it's time to maybe step away for a little while.
well, Nightbot did just say you get up and touch.
Get up, get off your butt. Oh, got an encyclopedia set for 7th birthday, and he still has them. Love that. I love the encyclopedia.
I wonder how accurate it was.
Yeah, the things that you've learned over the years, like, all of the Columbus stuff was a bunch of hooey. Not
Yeah.
very accurate.
Well, dictionaries have fake words in them.
Like the made up word, like the slang words and stuff.
No, actual like words that don't exist. And there's maps that have roads that don't exist. And it's to keep other companies from copying them. So if they have, I'm going to use the dictionary thing. If they put a word in there that just because, nobody's going to go sit there and read the dictionary.
Right. Yeah.
Except for, the people that are portrayed in spelling bees and stuff.
Yeah.
So they will put completely made up words that I guess look enough like words with a definition and everything. And that's what they use to help make sure that another company isn't trying to copy their dictionary.
Is that like a part-time job I can get where I can just make up words?
Oh, that would be awesome. You not only are you making up words, but you're making up the definition to the meaning.
Yeah. That's actually that's a warm-up thing in improv where you make up a word and the person that you're saying it to has to come up with the definition of that word.
Nice.
That'd be
now you're going to go in the dictionary one day and find made up word
finding
and
the
realize,
words.
is it a real word or is it a made up word? You need to go to 2 dictionaries to make sure that the word's in
Right. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Ross, how did you find that out?
there. I watch enough YouTube, and there's a lot
It
of
says my whole
like,
life is a lie.
yeah, there's just some of the channels that I watch. They talk about these things and how, like, there's even with maps where there'll be just a completely made up road on a map that most people will never pay attention to because it's usually far enough out that, you know, nobody's going to really pay attention. It's not like a city center where it's easy that if you see something out of place, then you know it. But it'll be, I'm going to say the phrase, in the boonies where a road is just completely made up, and they'll do that, or they'll put a made up town in the thing in the middle of nowhere. So it's interesting.
That's awesome. I'm gonna do some research.
I want to Google, I want to know if you can know past years made up words, because I want to know what fun, creative, crazy things people came up with.
I mean, it would be interesting just to see what words are the made up words in, I'm going to say, Merriam-Webster's dictionary, because just knowing the word, because there's so many words in the English universe,
Yeah.
it's hard to figure out, okay, where's the made up words?
Oh, I'm so excited. I want, like, what was the made up word for 2022? What was the made up words? Or like words, number of words, like,
Yeah,
or do they just keep them the same? No, they gotta, like, that's
they,
gotta
they
be,
probably keep them the same, because if you're, you know, paying attention, and, or I was going to say digital copy now because everything's digital. If you saw certain words just being added and removed, that would be easy for you to take and then work on plagiarizing your own dictionary.
yeah. But it's a dictionary. Shouldn't it just have the words? Like, how do you plagiarize
I
a
do
dictionary
not know that
of
whole thing,
words?
but
Shouldn't there be just one dictionary? Like,
I-
why would there be more than one dictionary?
why is there more than one textbook?
But it's a dictionary.
Yeah.
The spelling of a word or the meaning of a word is not going to change.
The way that you explain the meaning can be different between dictionary and dictionary. That might be
That's true.
part of what it is.
That's true.
Huh. Well, I still want the job of makeup worder.
Making up words, yeah. Of course, in my youth, I thought a lot of those, when the mega word category in Wheel of Fortune came up, I thought a lot of those were completely made up words anyway.
Oh yeah, I'd heard that about Shakespeare, about him making up words because what he wanted didn't exist, so he would just create.
Ah,
Whether that man existed in one body or that man was in more, like, there's a whole like conversation about, did Shakespeare actually exist and all that stuff. I don't care. The man, the myth, the legend, whatever, was a genius.
yeah.
When Lauren was taking Latin classes, like, part of their, obviously they weren't speaking Latin in Shakespeare. Let me get to the point. Part of their like goofing around, just because she was in Latin, they were in Latin classes, so, you know, big freaking nerd. Part of the goofing around was fun, creative ways to cuss each other out in Shakespearean, because
Oh, that, yeah.
he does that in his plays. That just cracked me up. I was like, something about like your mother dances with donkeys or something is supposed to be like a real, like, it just cracked me up. This is what these teenagers are doing for fun, and I am so here for it, because like we were saying before, they could be doing so much worse.
Oh my
Exactly.
goodness.
Oh,
That's hysterical. And that's something that you can take with you for life.
yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna have to remember that when your mother dances with donkeys.
Your mother dances with donkeys.
I wonder why that's an insult.
Yeah, who knows? It's great though. Because the person is like, am I supposed to be offended? I feel like I should be offended, but I don't know why.
Well, it's also like the literal translation of certain words and phrases from other countries. One of my favorites that I learned, a friend of mine, when she was working out here, her outsource team was in Brazil. And what we use is "that's effed up." And the literal translation of the phrase that they use in Brazil is "the cow walked into the swamp," which is very effed up, but or in French, "my sweetheart" is "mon petit chou," which is "my little cabbage." So just the weird translations or the literal translations of phrases that they have in other countries is awesome.
It's so fun. Oh, how you said thy rancid trout, they'll molted cockerel. Love that stuff. All right, my friends. I am gonna call it. I have a broken needle that I'm gonna now have to fix. But I think instead of fixing it, I'm gonna go take a nap.
That
That was
sounds
your
good.
sign.
Yeah.
I have to record my podcast anyway.
Oh, very good. Okay. And then thank you so much. Well, thank you guys so much. Absolutely. But we'll talk a little bit after I turn off YouTube. But thank you to everybody in YouTube land for being here and for having such a fun conversation and keeping me focused. I will change out the needle after nap time and get these seams because now I'm excited to have, it's just 4 seams left. 1, 2, 3 seams left. But thank you
I'm
guys so
excited to see
very
the
much.
pictures.
Yeah, he's gonna be a handsome devil. And I will share those, and I will see everybody virtually on my own podcast on Thursday morning. So I look forward to hanging out with you guys then too. All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Let's see. That's on YouTube. And then